All right, we are live. We're live starting a little bit early before the keynote address of CES gets started here. It is Tuesday morning in Taiwan. And then I just realized, wait a minute, this isn't actually taking place in Taiwan. This is taking place on the West Coast in Vegas. So this is going to be 6:10 p.m. I don't know, recently, since there isn't really a whole lot you can do computer hardware wise because of the price of memory, because of the price of SSDs, and soon the price of GPUs. I don't know, honestly, I got back into retro gaming, man. I got my retro consoles all ready to go. However, this bad boy has the yellow light of death. The PS Triple, the one with the memory cards, that 60 gigabyte, the good one, the best one. It's dead, and I'm sad because it was my PS3, my PS Triple, and I can't play my PS2 games on my PS3 anymore because it died. So I got to figure out what to do about it. It's been dead for a long time. I haven't bothered to turn it on. I don't know, maybe it'll come back on like normal, but I highly doubt it. But yeah, reliving the glory days of the 7th gen of gaming. Yeah, this is going to be the reaction to the keynote address of CES. For those of you that were able to watch the NVIDIA one that took place several hours ago, what did you guys think of NVIDIA's new announcement? Wasn't it amazing? AI. The new Rubin. The new Rubin. I knew it was going to be all about AI. Announcing the NVIDIA Rubin platform. 6 new chips. 1 AI supercomputer. So all of the NVIDIA stuff, all the NVIDIA effort and engineering resources are all fully locked into AI. Everything they talked about was AI, 100% AI. Vera, Rubin, NVLink 6 switch, CX9, that stands for ConnectX-9, BF4, not Battlefield. I ain't talking about Battlefield 4. No. NVIDIA doesn't talk about gaming. BF4, everybody knows what BF4 stands for. It ain't Battlefield, I'll tell you that. Bluefield. Bluefield is the new Battlefield. Bluefield 4 and Spectrum X, 102.4 terabit per second. CPO, Vera Rubin, Pod, NVL72. Multiply it up, scale out. And don't forget, the more you buy, you know what it is. Okay. So all about AI, 100% about AI. And they did announce something for the gamers. It's kind of a thing going on right now in the background. So the new graphics card for gaming, launching in Q1 of 2026, the new GeForce RTX 3060, brand new graphics card for the gaming population. NVIDIA cares about the gamers, so you get RTX 3060, 8 gigabyte. Great stuff. You gotta love it. Gamers are not left in the dark yet. GeForce RTX 3060 Q1 2026 to tackle the current generation of gaming and memory shortages. Great stuff, man. Great stuff. Meanwhile, TSMC's 2nm wafer production to witness ambitious growth, with monthly manufacturing estimated to reach 140,000 units within just 1 year of its inception. Incredible stuff. Oh, also Intel Panther Lake. For those of you thinking about a laptop, laptops are on the way. Intel Panther Lake, laptop exclusive. Brought to life on 18 angstrom technology, officially launching in several next-gen laptops. Intel's going all in on laptops, all in on mobility. Nvidia is going all in on AI. Oh yeah, also Intel Xe3. Oh yeah, this is for the gamers. Yeah. Intel is also getting in on the gaming stuff too. The top Intel Arc B390 iGPU is on par with the RTX 4050. 82% faster versus Radeon 890M. What is that? Wait, and only iGPU to support multi-frame gen. Oh man, Intel's coming in with multi-frame gen. Multi-frame gen. Intel Arc B390. So this is basically going to be an entry. Wait, this is an integrated. Wait, what? What is this? What? I don't know what this is. Like, is this an integrated GPU or is this a discrete GPU? Oh, this is an integrated graphics chip. Okay, it's 77% faster than the Intel Arc 140V, but it's using more power? 45 watt versus 25 watt? So is this really fair? What happens if you cap it down to 25 watts? Then what happens to that 77%? I'm a little confused on how they're doing their marketing here. So, hold on a second. 45 watt. So they're saying that it's 77% faster than an Intel previous generation that only runs at 25 watts. So first of all, it's using 20 watts more. So obviously it better be winning if it's using that much power. 45 watts is going to burn the battery down so much faster. And what they say against the AMD, it's 82%. They do realize that the Radeon 890M is a 15 watt TDP. That's a 15 watt, 12 to 15 watts. 82% at 45 watts. 82% faster when running 45 watts versus something running at 15 watts from 2024? Okay. Yeah, that's, I wonder what it runs, how much faster it is when it's at 15 watts, though. Still, it is nice to see that they are doing something. Okay, what about native performance? It says here, native performance compared to this offered 8. Yeah, but that's the thing. Oh, it says here that the Ryzen chip was running sustained 53 watts versus 45 watts. Okay, so the total power of the Intel is 45 watts sustained, and the AMD one is 53 watts sustained. Normally, the HX 370 doesn't run 53 watts though. That's typically a 28 watt part. So I don't know. These are obviously Intel's first. These are their own benchmarks. So these are the sort of things to take with a grain of salt. But still, it looks like it's pretty good. I mean, at least from these results, it looks pretty good. You think that APU might be using a quad-channel memory interface? Oh, so then it would be more, it would be kind of like Strix Halo then. Yeah, so this thing would actually be more in league with Strix Halo's GPU, the 8060M, or the 8060S, against NVIDIA's 4050. It looks like the 4050 laptop is using 60 watts sustained, and this is using 45. So it's on par. It's on par with the NVIDIA. Actually, is it using multi-frame gen here? Well, Intel's using multi-frame gen? Man, multi-frame gen, look at this. Look at this, 4X multi-frame gen. This is what's gonna happen to the gaming industry. It's gonna go into a realm of upscaling and frame gen. That's where all the effort is just gonna go. Because everyone's too focused on AI to care about anything with this stuff anymore. So they're just gonna throw copious amounts of multi-frame gen on there and call it a day. It's like, multi-frame gen 4X, okay, next generation, we're done. You guys can go get this slop. That's where we're going, guys. We're going multi-frame gen. The whole industry is going multi-frame gen. I can tell you that right now. The whole industry is going multi-frame gen. AMD is gonna have multi-frame gen too with the next. If Intel's getting multi-frame gen now on this next generation, then AMD is gonna have multi-frame gen. Everyone's gonna have multi-frame gen 4X. It's gonna be so lame. This is Battlefield 6. Leadership in modern gaming, 145 FPS. Multi-frame gen. What is the actual resolution though? Wait, is this against the Nvidia one? It's beating look, it's beating Nvidia's 4050 because it's turning on multi-frame gen 4X because Nvidia doesn't allow 40 series people to have access to the multi-frame gen. So, but it does do the frame gen though. So the middle one, 69 on a 4050 versus 91 with frame gen on an Intel Arc B390. Remember, this is so confusing. Arc B390 is a mobile chip. I keep forgetting that it's a mobile thing. It's like the 8060S. That's exactly what it is. Oh wait, they got Cyberpunk results? So, super resolution, it can do 48 frames per second. Man, multi-frame gen is taking over. Generational leap, 53% faster in AI. AI metrics are gonna start mattering more on these charts than the graphics performance. Because graphics performance is just gonna be nothing but a bunch of benchmarks with multi-frame gen turned on to the max. And they're gonna be like, oh look, this thing beat something from 3 years ago or 4 years ago that had no multi-frame gen capabilities. Look how much better we are because we have multi-frame gen. Oh, it has 96 gigabytes of integrated. Yeah, okay. So hold on a second. So you're telling me that this new Intel Ultra X9 388H, this is basically Intel's equivalent to the AMD Strix Halo from last year. That's what this is? It's quad channel like Strix Halo? Wow. So Intel has a Strix Halo 2 now. This might be the most interesting thing at the show. This thing is actually the cool thing. Like, nothing else is interesting now. This is the only cool thing. Unless Apple did something good. Nvidia's show was the most boring thing on the planet. This thing, I fell asleep 3 times during this show. Because all they talked about... Man, Nvidia... Did anyone else watch the Nvidia keynote? And if so, what do you think about it? What do you guys think about the Nvidia keynote? Oh wait, Asus did one? I didn't even know Asus did one. I only thought Nvidia did a thing. Nvidia talked about this stuff. He showed a bunch of things for AI. Remember what I told you guys at Tech Thursdays? I said they were going to talk about nothing but AI. I said they were going to introduce Vera. They're going to talk about the next generation. Ruben's going to be showing off for AI. They're not going to talk about gamers. They're not going to talk about gaming. They might throw a bone to gamers with a reference to something in the past, like he did last time when he said only gamers know that joke. When he said can it run Crysis? He's like, can GB300 run Crysis? And then no one said anything in the audience, so he was like, only gamers know that joke. It wasn't even a joke. Like, what? What? Huh? You gotta throw the gamers a bone every now and then, even if it's just an irrelevant reference from something from 5 to 10 years ago. They announced Vera, their new CPU. They announced the new switching. For those that don't know what this is basically SLI. This is SLI multi-GPU. It's not meant for gamers. It's meant for data centers only. This is known as the scale up. Scale up. And then Connect X. This is known as the scale out. If you guys watch Tech Thursdays, we've done 2 special live streams in devotion to NVIDIA's greatness last year, and both of them talked about all of these things in depth and why these need to exist and what they're for. So this is basically SLI, aka scale up. This is going outside this is basically SLI, except you're not SLIing 2 graphics cards in the same computer. You're SLIing graphics cards in physically different computers. So this is your scale out. And then, because remember I said it's all about scaling up and scaling out. Bluefield, they announced Bluefield 4, not Battlefield 4, no, Bluefield 4, yes, that's the good one. No Battlefield for you, Bluefield, yes. Bluefield good, Battlefield bad. So Bluefield 4, this is the new front-end network, the network NIC, the network interface card, that will connect the graphics cards to the storage servers and also the outside world. So when someone wants to talk to ChatGPT or Copilot, that the user's input comes in on the Bluefield, and then the Bluefield connects back out to them. This is the input-output on the network side. That's called front end. And then so basically, it's stuff that we've already talked about last year. It's just the next generation of all of this stuff. So yeah, Vera Rubin MVL72. This stands for SLI72. This literally means they're SLIing 72 graphics cards all together in one physical rack. So we've done a deep dive on this on Tech Thursdays. I highly recommend, if you're somewhat interested in this, you should definitely check out the Tech Thursdays episodes that are dedicated to NVIDIA. Anytime I talk about NVIDIA, it's always going to be about this stuff now. We never talk about gaming and NVIDIA in the same sentence because those things do not mix. So announcing NVIDIA DGX SuperPod with DGX Vera Rubin NVL72. So now they're calling a SuperPod. Now they want to sell you, last year they wanted to sell you one physical rack. This year they want to sell you a bunch of racks in a big group. So they'll sell you 8 of them in a bundle. So the more you buy, the more you save. This is the blueprint for accelerating intelligence at scale per NVIDIA. And here we go. Tokens. It's not about FPS. It's not about frame rates. It's not about latency. It's about tokens and the time to train. These are the new metrics. This is what matters. FPS doesn't matter in life. Token generations matter. All right, it's almost time for the show. Man, because SSDs are so expensive, GPUs are getting more expensive, motherboards are on sale, but everything else around it is expensive. I'm going back to retro gaming, guys. I'm sorry, I'm going back to retro gaming. PS triple, that's where it's at. Go PS triple. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get that PS triple. But it died on me. Yellow light of death. This is the good one. This is the one that has the memory card. You know what I'm talking about? 60 gigabyte. 60 gigabyte. Rip that 60 gigabyte PS3. It died on me. And now I can't play my PS2 games on it. So we can't do a retro stream with the PS2. Well, I gotta figure out how to get my PS2 hooked up to my capture card. Because the PS2 doesn't have an HDMI. So I gotta figure out what to do about that. Because I do want to do a retro stream featuring PS2 and PS1. I mean, PS1's not a problem, supposedly, but PS2, like old school PS2, all my save files on my memory cards, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got my Final Fantasy X, 133 or whatever hours in that game. Back then, there were no such thing as trophies, so you couldn't get, like, a platinum or anything, but, man, I had, like, everything unlocked in Final Fantasy X on my PS2 memory card.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the
Hey,
future,
what? They're showing that's a, hold on a second.
it.
That was
This is
PlayStation
where bold
VR
ideas meet a
from
global force. Where
2016.
industries converge,
What? That's like 10 years old
partnerships
now.
ignite,
PSVR is almost
breakthroughs
10 years
take
old. I
center
can't believe
stage.
it's that old.
Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Okay, this is gonna be all about innovators.
CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
All right, this is it. This is it. Every year you gotta listen to this guy, Gary Shapiro. He has to do the opening.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Las Vegas CES 2026 with our first keynote of the year. Every year, CES gives us a front row seat to the ideas and breakthroughs that shape the next decade. But it's actually the people behind those breakthroughs, the leaders challenging what's possible, who truly define the moment. Tonight, we get a head start to CES 2026 with one such leader. You know, CES has always been a platform for bold vision and ambition. It's where ideas become industries and where the next era of human progress first takes shape. And this year, as AI accelerates change across every sector, it's more important than ever that we hear directly from the architects building the systems and breakthroughs that will define our very future. And that's why it is a tremendous honor to introduce to you a leader, quite frankly, one of the bastions of CES, whose vision and impact can be felt across the entire technology landscape, Dr. Lisa Su. Lisa is no stranger to this stage. She has keynoted CES before, and each time she's done so, she's helped set the tone for the industry and the year ahead. Since becoming CEO in 2014, Lisa has led the company through one of the most remarkable transformations in modern technology. Under her leadership, AMD reinvented itself through relentless innovation in high performance and AI computing, delivering products that now power AI training and inference, scientific research, enterprise workloads, cloud infrastructure, and the devices and experiences which millions of people rely on every single day. Today, AMD is a central force in the global AI transformation. Its CPUs, GPUs, and adaptive computing solutions help unlock new capabilities across cloud, enterprise, edge, and PC. And while the industry has spent years discussing what AI could become, Lisa has been focused on building the computing foundation that makes AI real and accessible at scale. But what truly distinguishes Lisa is her leadership. She's analytical and deeply technical, yet always grounded in purpose. She brings a rare combination of scientific brilliance, strategic clarity, and human-centered thinking. She believes in partnering deeply to engineer solutions that matter, solutions that advance society, strengthen industries, and expand opportunity. That's the kind of leadership CES is designed to elevate. And that's the kind of leadership we all need as we navigate a world of accelerated innovation. Tonight, Lisa will share AMD's vision for how high-performance computing and advanced AI architectures will transform every part of our digital and physical world, from research, healthcare, and space exploration to education and productivity. She'll speak to the extraordinary pace of AI, the breakthroughs happening now, including the opportunities and responsibilities that come with building the future.
AI, you heard it. AI is everywhere.
Hello, and welcome to this unique moment in human history.
Wait, what?
A moment where what's possible might soon forget what's impossible. Where any game you play now has the power to play by your rules.
Huh? Wait, the gamers make the rules
Where
now?
AI not only helps model the possibilities of what a city can be, but make sure our kids never forget what our cities used to be. A moment where no hope meets the treatment plans of AI math genomes. Where no driver officially has better reflexes than any driver who's ever lived. And where no
Superhuman
signal can no longer stop you from sharing.
Show me, show me, show me.
This. A moment where AI is helping design a renewable energy source as powerful as the sun itself. And helping make travel time across the Atlantic just another puddle jumper. But as fast as everything's changing, there's one thing that won't.
Wait, was that an Xbox Ally? Or was that Legion Go? Wait, what was that handheld? There was a handheld. There was a gaming handheld. Is that the MSI? No, that was the. It looked like Legion Go.
Yours.
The whole video was made by AI. AI everywhere for everyone. Together we advance. AI.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome to the stage a globally respected technologist, an industry-defining CEO, and a leader whose work continues to shape the very trajectory of modern computing. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Chair and CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su.
Why did he say it like that? Why did he say it like that? Reminded me of Kaz's Ridge Racer.
Thank you.
Why did he say it that way?
All right, what an audience. How are you guys doing tonight? That sounds wonderful. First of all, thank you, Gary, and welcome to everyone here in Las Vegas and joining us online. It's great to be here with all of you to kick off CES 2026. And I have to say, Every year, I love coming to CES to see all the latest and greatest tech and catch up with so many friends and partners. But this year, I'm especially honored to be here with all of you to open CES. Now, we have a completely packed show for you tonight, and it will come as no surprise that tonight is all about AI. Although the rate and pace of AI innovation has been incredible over the last few years, my theme for tonight is you ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, you haven't seen nothing yet.
We are just starting to realize the power of AI. And tonight, I'm going to show you a number of examples of where we're headed. And I'll be joined by some of the leading experts in the world, from industry giants to breakthrough startups. And together, we are working to bring AI everywhere and for everyone. So let's get started. At AMD, our mission is to push the boundaries of high performance and AI computing to help solve the world's most important challenges. Today, I'm incredibly proud to say that AMD technology touches the lives of billions of people every day. From the largest cloud data centers to the world's fastest supercomputers to 5G networks, transportation, and gaming, every one of these areas is being transformed by AI. AI is the most important technology of the last 50 years, and I can say it's absolutely our #1 priority at AMD. It's already touching every major industry, whether you're going to talk about healthcare or science or manufacturing or commerce, and we're just scratching the surface. AI is going to be everywhere over the next few years. And most importantly, AI is for everyone. It makes us smarter. It makes us more capable. It enables each one of us to be a more productive version of ourselves. And at AMD, we're building the compute foundation to make that future real for every company and for every person. Now, since the launch of ChatGPT a few years ago, I'm sure we all remember the first time we tried it. We've gone from 1 million people using AI to now more than 1 billion active users. This is just an incredible ramp. It took the internet decades to reach that same milestone. Now, what we are projecting is even more amazing. We see the adoption of AI growing to over 5 billion active users as AI truly becomes indispensable to every part of our lives.
5 billion, 5
just
billion.
like the cell phone and the internet of today. Now, the foundation of AI is compute. With all of that user growth, we have seen a huge surge in demand in the global compute infrastructure, growing from about 1 zettaflop in 2022 to more than 100 zettaflops in 2025. Now, that sounds big. That's actually 100 times.
What if they just buy up all the consoles and use the
few
consoles
years.
to create an AI factory?
But what you're going to hear tonight from everyone is we don't have nearly enough compute for everything that we can possibly do. We have incredible innovation happening. Models are becoming much more capable. They're thinking and reasoning. They're making better decisions. And that goes even further when we extend that to agents overall. So to enable AI everywhere, we need to increase the world's compute capacity another 100 times over the next few years.
Yottaflops?
To more than 10 yottaflops over the next 5 years. Now, let me take a survey.
What?
How many of you know what a yottaflop is? Raise your hand, please.
I've never even heard of that before.
A yottaflop is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
What?
So 10 yottaflops is 10,000 times more compute than we had in 2022. There's just never, ever been anything like this in the history of computing.
10,000 times?
And that's really because there's never
up to 10,000 times
like AI. Now,
this is like Dragon Ball Z and the Boo Saga. The power levels are off the chart.
What we're going to talk about tonight is the whole gamut. You know, we're going to talk about the cloud, where it runs continuously, delivering intelligence globally. We're going to talk about PCs, where it helps us work smarter.
Meanwhile, gamers get
personalize
multi-frame
every
gen.
experience that we have. And we're going to talk about the edge,
10,000 times more powerful
that can make real-time
Gamers get
decisions
multi-frame
in
gen.
the real world. AMD is the only company that has the full range of compute engines to make this vision a reality. You really need to have the right compute for each workload. And that means GPUs, that means CPUs, that means NPUs, that means
At least she still
accelerators.
mentions the
We have
traditional
them all.
names.
And each of them can be tuned for the application to give you the best performance as well as the most cost-effective solution. So tonight, we're going to go on a journey. So you're going to go with me through several chapters as we showcase the latest AI innovations across cloud, PCs, healthcare, and much more. So let's go ahead and start with the first chapter, which is the cloud.
Oh, here we go. Here we
The
go.
cloud is really where the largest models are trained and where intelligence is delivered to billions of users in real time. For developers, the cloud gives them instant access to massive compute, the latest tools, and the ability to deploy and scale as use cases take off. The cloud is also where most of us experience AI today. So whether you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok,
Cloud
or you're
gaming.
coding with copilots, all of these powerful models are running in the cloud. Now, today, AMD is powering AI at every level of the cloud. Every major cloud provider runs on AMD EPYC CPUs. And 8 of the top 10 AI companies use Instinct accelerators to power their most advanced models. And the demand for more compute is just continuing to go up. Let me just show you a few graphs. Over the past decade, the compute needed to train the leading AI models has increased more than 4 times every year. And that trend is just continuing. That's how we're getting today's models that are dramatically smarter and more useful. At the same time, as more people are using AI, we've seen an explosion over the last 2 years of inference, growing the number of tokens 100 times, really hitting an inflection point. You can just see how much that inference is really taking off. And to keep up with this compute demand, you really need the entire ecosystem to come together. So what we like to say is the real challenge is how do we put AI infrastructure at Yotta scale? And that requires more than just raw performance. It starts with leadership compute, CPUs, GPUs, networking coming together. It takes an open modular rack design that can evolve over product generations. It requires high-speed networking to connect thousands of accelerators into a single unified system. And it has to be really easy to deploy. So we want full turnkey solutions. That's exactly why we built Helios, our next generation rack scale platform for the Yotta scale AI era. Helios requires innovation at every single level: hardware, software, and systems. It starts with our engineering teams, who designed our next generation Instinct MI455 accelerators to deliver the largest generational performance increase we've ever achieved. MI455 GPUs are built using leading-edge 2-nanometer and 3-nanometer process technologies and advanced 3D chiplet packaging with ultra-fast, high-bandwidth HBM4 memory.
HBM4?
This is integrated into a compute tray with our EPYC CPUs and Pensando networking chips to create a tightly integrated platform.
Oh man, that will what?
Each tray is then connected with high-speed ultra-accelerator link protocol tunneled over Ethernet, which enables the 72 GPUs in the rack to function as a single compute unit.
What?
And then from there, we connect thousands of Helios racks to build powerful AI clusters using industry-standard Ultra Ethernet NICs and Pensando programmable DPUs that can accelerate AI performance even more by offloading some of the tasks from the GPUs.
Whoa, how do we get in on
now,
this?
We are at CES. It is a little bit about show and tell. So I am proud to show you Helios right here in Vegas, the world's best AI rack.
What? It's Helios. Helios has arrived. The supercomputer. It's coming face to face with Brainiac from Superman.
Is that beautiful or what? Now, for for those of you who have not seen a rack before, let me tell you, Helios is a monster of a rack. This is no regular rack, okay? This is a double-wide design based on the OCP Open Rack Wide standard developed in collaboration with Meta. And it weighs nearly 7,000 pounds.
7,000 pounds?
It took us a bit to get it up here, just so you know. But we wanted to show you what is really powering all of this AI.
It's like
it is
4
actually more than
tons.
2 compact cars. Now,
That's
the way we
heavier than
designed
2 compact
Helios
cars.
was really working closely with our lead customers, and we chose this design so that we could optimize serviceability, manufacturability, and reliability for next-generation AI data centers. Now, let me show you a few other
Man, that
things.
platform that's holding that
At
thing
the
must be
center of
really
Helios
strong.
is the compute tray. So let's take a closer look.
This
at
building's
what one of
floor
those
is not
trays
designed
look
for
like.
that. The stage floor is not designed for that. 7,000, almost
Now,
8,000
I can tell
pounds?
you, I probably cannot lift this compute tray,
Oh.
so it had to come out. But let me just describe it a little bit.
4
Each Helios compute tray includes 4 MI455
in
GPUs,
Crossfire.
and they're paired with the next-gen EPYC Venice CPU and Pensando
Venice?
networking chips. And all of this.
Look
is
at those
liquid
memory
cooled
chips.
so that we
There's
can
all the
maximize
memory chips.
performance. At the heart of Helios is our next generation.
Look how many
PCIe
memory
GPUs.
chips.
And you guys have seen me hold up a lot of chips in my career. But today, I can tell you, I am genuinely excited to hold up this chip. So let me show you MI455X for the very first time.
MI450X?
MI455 is the most advanced chip we've ever built. It's pretty darn big. It has
that's
320
big.
billion transistors, 70% more than MI355.
Man, that chip
It
is almost as
includes
tall as her
12
face. Look
2nm
how
and
tall that
3nm
is.
Compute and I/O chiplets, and 432 gigabytes of ultra-fast HBM4, all connected with our next-gen 3D chip stacking technology. So we put 4 of these into the compute trays up here.
4 of them in one tray.
And then driving those GPUs is our next-generation EPYC CPU, codenamed Venice. Venice extends our leadership across every
Man, that means they have
dimension that
18
matters in the data
trays.
center. More performance, better efficiency, and lower total cost of ownership. Now, let me show you Venice for the first time.
Oh, Venice.
I have to say, this is another beautiful chip.
Oh, man, that's the CPU. That's going to be the next generation of Zen. This is being powered by the next generation
I
of
do
Zen.
love our chips, so I can say that for sure. Venice is built with 2 nanometer process technology.
2
and features
nanometer.
Up to 256 of our newest high-performance Zen 6 cores.
Zen 6. Zen 6
And the
is
key
already here.
Is we actually designed Venice to be the best AI CPU. We doubled the memory and GPU bandwidth from our prior generation.
Oh,
so Venice
man.
can feed MI455 with data at full speed, even at rack scale. So this is really about co-engineering. And we tie it all together with our 800 gig Ethernet Pensando Vulcano and Selena networking chips, delivering ultra-high bandwidth as well as ultra-low latency, so tens of thousands of Helios racks can scale across the data center. Now, just to give you a little bit of the scale of what this means, that means that each Helios rack has more than 18,000 CDNA 5 GPU compute units and more than 4,600 Zen 6 CPU cores, delivering up to 2.9 exaflops of performance.
18,000 compute
Each rack
units?
also includes 31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, an industry-leading 260 terabytes per second of
It's
scale-up
4,600
bandwidth,
Zen
and
6
42 terabytes
cores?
per second of aggregate scale-out bandwidth to move data in and out incredibly fast. Suffice it to say, those numbers are big. When we launch Helios later this year, and I'm happy to say Helios
31
is exactly on
terabytes
track
of
to
HBM4?
launch, later this year, we expect it will set the new benchmark for AI performance. And to put this performance
31
in
terabytes
context,
of RAM
just
is
over 6 months
VRAM?
ago, we launched MI355, and we delivered up to 3x more inference throughput versus the prior generation.
31
And now with
terabytes of
MI455,
VRAM,
we're
guys.
bending that curve
VRAM.
delivering up to 10
This is why
times
the
more
memory prices are going to go up.
across a wide range of models and workloads. That is game-changing. MI455 allows developers to build larger models, more capable agents, and more powerful applications. And no one is pushing faster and further in each one of these areas than OpenAI. To talk about where AI is headed and the work that we're doing together,
can all thank Sam Altman for
I'm extremely
this.
happy to welcome the president and co-founder of OpenAI.
I knew it.
Greg Brockman.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be Sam. No, it's some random guy. I don't know who this guy is. Wait, this guy is the president?
Greg, it is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here. OpenAI truly started all of this with the release of ChatGPT a few years ago, and the progress you've made is just incredible. We're absolutely thrilled about our deep partnership.
32 terabytes of RAM for one
Give us
tray.
a picture of where are things today? What are you seeing, and how are we working together?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. ChatGPT is very much the overnight success that was 7 years.
This
in
guy's
making,
the chairman
right?
and the
We
president.
started OpenAI back in 2015 with a vision that deep learning could lead to artificial general intelligence, to very powerful systems that could benefit everyone. And we wanted to help to actually realize that technology and bring it to the world and democratize it. And we spent a long time just making progress, where year over year, the benchmarks would look better and better. But the first time we had something that was so useful that many people around the world wanted to use it was ChatGPT. And we were just blown away by the creativity and the ways in which people found how to really leverage the models we had produced in their daily lives. And so just out of curiosity, how many people in the room are ChatGPT users?
That's pretty much the whole room.
Man, pretty much everybody. Did you see that? Everyone raised their hand.
How many of
Everyone
you have
raised
had
their
an
hand in
experience
devotion
that was
to
very
AI,
key to your life,
to
or the life of a
ChatGPT.
loved one, whether it's in healthcare, in helping manage a newborn, in any other walk of your life?
It's like show your devotion. Show your.
And to me, that's the metric that we want to optimize. And that seeing that number go up and to the right has been something that has been really different over 2025, right? That we really moved from being just a text box that you ask a question, you get an answer, something very simple contained, to people really using it for very personal, very important things in their lives. And it's not just in personal lives for healthcare and aspects like that. It's also in the enterprise, right? And really starting to bring models like Codex to be able to transform software engineering. And I think that this year we're really going to see enterprise agents really take off. We're seeing scientific discovery start to be really accelerated, whether it's developing novel math proofs. The first time we saw that was just a couple months ago, and the progress is continuing. And it's really across every single endeavor of human knowledge work, where there's human
Man,
intelligence.
AMD cross OpenAI looks like Intel Arc
We
colors.
now have an assistant, right? We now have a tool. We have
That's
an advisor,
Intel Arc
that
colors
is
in the
able to amplify what
background.
people want to
They're
do.
using the Intel Arc
I
colors.
completely agree with you, Greg. I think we have seen just an enormous acceleration of what we're using this tech for. Now, I would say, I think every single time I see you, you tell me you need more compute.
It's true. It's true.
It's
I do
almost
get
like a
told that.
broken record. Like you could just, just play the Greg wants more compute. Can you talk about just some of the things that you're seeing in the infrastructure, some of the bottlenecks, and where do you think we should be focusing? As
Yeah, this is look at that AI made it into the
Why do we
Intel
need more
Arc
compute
colors,
is the
but it
most
says
important question.
AMD cross
Right, which is
OpenAI.
really when the models are not that capable, right? And where we were in 2015, 2016, 2017, so forth, is that you basically just wanted to train a model and evaluate it, right? And maybe there'd be a very narrow task it'd be useful for. But as we've made this exponential progress on the models, then there's actually exponential utility to them. People want to bring it into their lives in a very scalable way.
Exponential,
And
I know
think
what that
we're
is.
seeing is as we move from you ask a question, you get an answer, to agentic workflows where you ask the model to write some software for you and it goes off for minutes or hours or soon even days. And you're not just operating one agent, you're operating a fleet of agents, right? You can have 10 different work streams all going at once on your behalf for a single developer, right? And that it should be the case that you wake up in the morning, and this is the kind of thing we are going to build, by the way, and ChatGPT has taken items off your to-do list at home and at work. And that all of that's going to require that, that big graph that you had of how much compute the world's going to need that's going to require far more compute than we have right now. Like, I would love to have a GPU running in the background for every single person in the world because I think it can deliver value for them. But that's billions of GPUs. No one has a plan to build that kind of scale. And so what we're really seeing is benefits in people's lives, right? We're seeing, for example, some of my favorite applications and some of the ones I think are the most important are in healthcare, right? That we actually see people's lives being saved through ChatGPT. Just over the holidays, one of my coworkers, that her husband had leg pain. They went to the hospital, they went to the ER, and they got it x-rayed, and the doctors are like, it's a pulled muscle, just wait it out, you'll be fine. They went home, it got a little bit worse, typed the symptoms into ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, go back to the ER, this could be a blood clot. And in fact, it was deep vein thrombosis in the leg, in addition to 2 blood clots on the lungs. And if they just waited it out, that would have been likely fatal. It's not a unique story. Fiji, our CEO of applications, who I work very closely with every day, ChatGPT literally saved her life too. Right? She was in the hospital for a kidney stone and had an infection. They were about to inject a antibiotic, and she said, "Wait just a moment." She asked ChatGPT whether that one was safe for her. ChatGPT, which has all of her medical history, said, "No, because you had this other infection 2 years ago, that could re-trigger it, and that could actually be life-threatening as well." And so she showed it to the doctor. The doctor's like, "Wait, what? You had this condition? I didn't know. I only had 5 minutes to review your medical history."
Yes. I completely agree, Greg. I mean, that's one of the things that we can always, all of us can use a helper.
Yes.
And that's really what we have here. Look, I mean, I think you've painted a vivid picture of why we need more compute, of what we can do with AI. I think we feel exactly the same way. Now, we've also done an incredible amount of work with your engineering teams. MI455 and Helios is actually, a lot of it is through some of the feedback from our engineering teams working closely together. Can you talk a little bit about that infrastructure and what are your customers wanting, and how are you going to use MI455?
So one of the key things with how AI is evolving is thinking about the balance of different resources on the GPU. And so we have a slide to show how we've seen the evolution of this, the balance of resources across different MI generations. So you see this slide that I very painstakingly put together. Actually, I did not painstakingly put it together. I asked ChatGPT to go create the slide. And so it literally did all the research.
Man.
You can see some sources at the bottom. And it actually went and read a bunch of different AMD materials, created these charts, put together the title, put together all these headers, and produced not just an answer for me to then go do a bunch of work. It produced an artifact that I can show. And this is just one simple example that you can do today with ChatGPT, right? That we are moving to a world where you are going to be able to have an agent that does all this work for you.
Man,
and
everyone just wants ChatGPT to do their jobs for them now.
Hardware that is really
no one needs to do
tuned to our
anything.
applications.
Everyone's
What
going
we
to become a
have in mind is that we're
supervisor.
moving to a world where human attention.
Everyone's a
human
supervisor.
intent
ChatGPT is the
becomes
worker.
The most precious resource. And so that there should be very low latency interaction anytime a human's involved. But there should be an ocean of agentic compute that's constantly running.
The ocean of agentic compute.
And these two different regimes of low latency and high throughput yield a bunch of different pressures on hardware manufacturers.
This guy is thinking so far ahead, man. This is like watching a chess match.
GPUs for you. That works well. Look,
he's thinking like 12 moves ahead.
Let's talk a little bit about the future. Paint
the
the
future.
Picture. One of the things that we've talked about is there's some people out there who are wondering, is the demand really there? Can AI compute? Do we really need all of this AI compute? And I know you and I have talked about it. I think people don't have a view of the future that you see. I mean, you have like a special seat. So paint the world for what this looks like in a few years.
Well, looking backwards, we have been tripling our compute every single year for the past couple of years, and we've also tripled our revenue. And the thing that we find within OpenAI is every time we want to release a new feature, we want to produce a new model, we want to bring this technology to the world, we have a big fight internally over compute, because there are so many things we want to launch and produce for all of you that we simply cannot because we are compute constrained. And I think we're moving to a world where GDP growth will itself be driven by the amount of compute that is available in a particular country.
Man, that's a very
region.
dangerous
And
place
I
to
think
be
that
going.
We're starting to see the first inklings of this. And I think over the next couple of years, we'll see it start to hit in a real way. And I think that AI is something where I think data centers can actually be very beneficial to local communities. I think that's a really important thing for us to really.
They're going to tie the GDP of countries to AI compute.
That is also something where, in terms of scientific advances, you think about what has been the most fundamental driver of increase of quality of life.
So that means that the more compute a country has, the more its GDP will be.
See how much limitation there is from how things are done because
they're doing what NVIDIA did with the gaming, changing the rules of the game. They're changing the rules of the game.
Future generations. For example, in biology,
if you cannot win, you change the rules.
GPT-5 to a wet lab setup.
The NVIDIA way.
Had humans described what the wet lab looked like. The model said, here are a couple of ideas to try. The humans would go try it, and it actually produced a 79x, almost 100x fold improvement in the efficiency of a particular protocol. And that's just one particular reaction that people have spent some time actually optimizing, but not like a ton and ton.
People don't realize how resource intensive this is, like how energy intensive this is.
No human can possibly get to all of it. No human can be an expert across
the power consumption required.
And I think what we're going to see,
the heat dissipation required,
really bridge across disciplines.
The amount of water
humanity has been unable to bridge. Right? You see this within healthcare, where as humans
it's going to suck up all the water supply.
We're going to have AI. It's going to
and the electricity.
And so I think it'll be for hard problems.
Raise your utility bill. Raise your electricity bill.
This will be true for enterprise. Every single
make the residents pay.
An agent that is accelerating what people want to do. And I think the hardest problem.
Why should the investors have to invest?
How do we use the limited resources we have?
Make residential customers pay.
For everyone.
That is an incredible
by raising
vision.
their rates.
Greg, we are so excited to be working with you.
This is
I think
the way.
There's no question in the world that we have the power to really change people's lives. Thank you for the partnership, and really look forward to it.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Oh.
So, as you heard from Greg, compute is key, and MI455 is a game changer. But with the MI400 series, we've designed a full portfolio of solutions for cloud, enterprise, supercomputing, and sovereign AI. At the top is Helios, that's built for the bleeding-edge performance, hyperscale training, and distributed inference at rack scale. For enterprise AI deployments, we have Instinct MI440X GPUs that deliver leadership training and inference performance in a compact 8-GPU server designed for easy use in today's existing data center infrastructure. And for sovereign AI and supercomputing, where extreme accuracy matters the most, we have the MI430X platform that delivers leadership hybrid computing capabilities for both high-precision scientific and AI data types. This is something unique that we at AMD do. Because of our chiplet technology, we can actually have the right compute for the right application. Now, hardware is only part of the story. We believe an open ecosystem is essential to the future of AI. Time and time again, we've seen that innovation actually gets faster when the industry comes together and aligns around an open infrastructure and shared technology standards. And AMD is the only company delivering openness across the full stack. That's hardware, software, and the broader solutions ecosystem. Our software strategy starts with ROCm. ROCm is the industry's highest performance open software stack for AI. We have day zero support for the most widely used frameworks, tools, and model hubs. And it's also natively supported by the top open source projects like PyTorch, VLLM, SGLang, Hugging Face, and others that are downloaded more than 100 million times a month and run out of the box on Instinct, making it easier than ever for developers to build, deploy, and scale on AMD. One of the exciting AI companies using AMD and ROCm to power their models is Luma AI. Please join me in welcoming the Luma AI CEO and co-founder, Amit Jain, to the stage.
The CEO, Luma, here we go. Number 2, second strongest, here we go.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, Amit. How are you? It's great to have you here with us. You're doing some incredible work in video generation and multimodal models. Can you tell us a little bit about Luma and what you're doing?
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much for having me here.
Of course.
Luma's mission is to build multimodal general intelligence, so AI can understand our world and help us simulate and improve it. Most AI video and image models today, they're in early stages, and they're used to generate pixels. They're used to produce, pretty pictures. What is needed in the world are more intelligent models that combine audio, video, language, image all together. So at Luma, we are training these systems that simulate physics, causality, are able to go out, do research, call tools, and then finally render out the results in audio, video, image, text, whatever is appropriate for the information that you're trying to work with. In short, we are modeling and generating worlds. So as an example, let me show you some of our some results from our latest model, Ray 3. By the way, Ray 3 is the world's first reasoning video model. So what it means is it actually is able to think first in pixels and latents and decide whether what it's about to generate is good. And it's also the world's first model
this is very unique. Okay, this is something actually interesting. This is the next generation.
When you close your eyes, what do you see? When we talk about reality,
it's image generation, but with reasoning.
What is real? Or what is simply your imagination? Now open your eyes.
This is like the trailer for like Dark Souls 5 or something. Ray 3. They need the cloud compute.
I can say, Amit, that looked pretty incredible. So tell us, how are customers using Ray 3 today?
So we are working with very large enterprises as well as individual creators across the spectrum. And we work with them in advertising, media, entertainment, and industries where, like, you want to tell your story. 2025 was the year when they started to deploy our models and experiment with them.
I look forward to selling my spare 64 gigabytes RAM to fund my purchase of another Patek or Rolex in 2027.
90-minute feature-length movie.
In 2027?
What customers are also asking us a lot for
next year,
as they're using it more and more, is control and precision.
Why not this year?
Their particular vision out onto the screen. And what we have realized, and to our research, is that control comes from intelligence.
Your spare 64 gigs. Man, anybody who has spare memory right now is at a huge advantage.
On top of Ray 3 called Ray 3 Modify that allows you to
those guys literally showed earlier where all the memory went.
Let me show you actually what that looks like. This won't have audio, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing. So what's playing on the screen is a demo of Ray 3's world editing capabilities. It can take any real or AI footage, so footage from cameras or footage that you generated, and change it as little or as much as you want to realize the creative goals. It's a powerful system that we have developed.
This, I could see game developers buying into this to help them,
they spread the
to help them with their games.
And this has allowed us to enable a new era
for concepting and storyboarding.
The human becomes the
they could utilize this. See, these are actual things that are going to be successful for AI.
And then the model can produce it. What that means in practice is that filmmakers and creators can create entire cinematic universes now without elaborate sets, and then edit and modify anything to get to the result they want. This has never been possible before. But in 2026, we are focused on actually going much further. 2026 will be the year of agents, where AI...
This is the year as agents, he's declared it.
More of the task, or hopefully the full end-to-end of the task, rather than doing some patchwork. So our teams have been working diligently, building the world's most powerful multimodal agent models.
Multimodal agent models.
You suddenly feel like you have a large team of capable creatives who are working with you in your creative pursuit. I want to show you a brief demo of what that would feel like. So what you're seeing here is a new multimodal agent that can take a whole script of ideas with, like, characters and everything, and start imagining that in front of you. Now, this is not script to movie. This is human AI interaction. And our next generation of models provide the ability to
See what I mean?
analyze
You can use this to make a
multiple
video
frames,
game.
long-form video, and make selection and maintaining the
Man,
fidelity of the characters.
we're probably
going to
see a whole slew of AI slop video games just flood Steam throughout this year.
And the whole world.
Get ready for it, guys. AI games.
We believe
games made by AI.
To make entire stories. What used to take
he just told you can make entire stories.
This has never been possible before, and we have been using it heavily internally, and we couldn't be more excited. Individual creatives or small teams will suddenly have the power of doing what entire Hollywood studios do.
Oh, did you hear what he just said?
Pretty amazing. It's really nice to see how these Luma agents come together and make
AI
this
can
happen.
do the whole work of an entire Hollywood
studio.
studio.
In compute, and when we first started talking, actually, you called me and said you needed compute, and I said I thought I could help.
Everyone's calling up Lisa. Everyone first was that Greg. Greg from OpenAI called her. I need more compute. I need more compute. Now Amit's calling. I need more compute. Lisa, I need more compute.
And since then, our partnership has grown into a large scale.
Everyone gotta have Lisa on speed dial because they need the compute.
That today, 60% of Luma's rapidly growing inference workloads actually run on AMD cards.
Oh man!
So, initially when we started out, we used to do a bunch of engineering, but today we are at a point where most
65% of Luma AI's GPUs are all AMD.
Run out of the box on AMD, and this is huge props to your software teams and the diligent work that is going into the ROCm ecosystem. We are building multimodal models, and actually these workloads are very complex compared to text models. One example of that is these consumes hundreds of times, thousands of times more tokens. A video that you saw, a 10-second video, is about 100,000 tokens easily.
65% of his GPUs are all AMD.
It's about 200 to 300 tokens. So when we are working with this much
what percentage of them are
TCO
Gaudi
and
3
economy is absolutely critical to our business. Otherwise, there's no way to serve all the demand that is coming our way.
If AMD is taking 65%,
we have been able to achieve some
what percentage is Gaudi 3?
Total cost of ownership that we have ever seen in our stack. And we believe as we build these more complex models that are able to do autoregressive diffusion and that are able to do text and image and audio and video all at the same time, this collaboration will allow us to significantly differentiate on cost and efficiency, which, as you know, in AI is a big deal. So, through this collaboration, we have developed such a degree of confidence that in 2026, we are expanding our partnership to a tune of about 10 times what we have done before.
10 times?
Cards,
she's happy. She's happy.
And I cannot be more excited for MI455X because this rack-scale solution and the memory and the infrastructure that you're building is essential for us to be able to build these world simulation models.
Well, we love hearing that.
Man, already 65% of Luma AIs is AMD GPUs. He said they're expanding it up to 10 times.
So just give us a little brief view of what do you see customers doing over the next few years that just isn't even possible today?
Right. So as Greg was mentioning, early on in LLM land, right, in 2022, 2023, they were great for writing copies, small emails, things like that. We could have never imagined that we would actually put these models, into real-time systems, into healthcare and these kind of things. Through accuracy and architecture and scaling, LLMs have now gotten to that point. Video models are currently in that early stage. Today, they're great for generating video and pretty pictures. But soon, by scaling these models up, by improving the accuracy and data, we would end up at a place where these models will help us simulate real physical processes in the world, like CAD, architecture, fluid flows, help us design entire rocket engines, plan cities. And this is not outrageous. This is what we do today manually with big, giant teams in simulation environments. These models will allow us to do that and automate that to a great degree. And as they become more and more accurate, multimodal models is what we need for the backbone of general purpose robotics. Your home robot, will run hundreds of simulations in its head, in image and video, and then try out, okay, how do I do this? How do I solve this? So that it's able to do a lot more than current generation of LLM and VLM robots are able to do. This is how the human brain works. Humans are natively multimodal. Our AI systems will be as well.
That sounds wonderful.
Oh
Ahmed.
man,
Well,
they're
thank you so
making this
much
is the
for being here
beginning
today.
of the
Thank
next
you for
step. This is the
partnership,
beginning
and
of
we
this.
really
They're
look forward
they're
to all
reaching
that you're gonna
phase
do
2.
next.
Thank you
They're
so
reaching
much.
phase
Thank
2
you.
in the evolution of AI. It is now becoming multimodal. Multimodal.
So you've heard from Greg and Amit. What they said is
This is
they need more
activating
compute
stage
to
2.
build and run their next-gen models. And it is the same across every single customer that we have, which is why the demand for compute is growing faster than ever. Now, meeting that demand means continuing to push the envelope on performance far beyond where we are today. MI400 series was a major inflection point in terms of delivering leadership training across all workloads, inference, scientific computing, but we are not stopping there. Development of our next-gen MI500 series is already well underway. With MI500, we
What?
take another major leap in performance. It's
What?
built on our next-gen CDNA 6 architecture, manufactured on 2-nanometer process technology,
CDNA
and uses
6?
higher-speed HBM4E memory. And with the launch
HBM4E?
of MI500 in 2027, we're on track to deliver 1,000x increase in AI performance
What?
over the last 4 years, making more powerful AI accessible to all. So with that, let's thank you.
What? 10,000, 1,000 times? Greater than
So with
1,000
that, now let's
times?
shift from the cloud to the devices that make AI more personal, PCs.
It is going to the cloud. Everything. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Pasokon?
So for decades, the PC has been about a powerful device helping us be more productive, whether at work or at school. But with AI, the PC has become not just a tool, but it's a powerful, essential part of our lives as an active partner. It learns how you work, and it adapts to your habits, and it can help you do things faster than you've ever expected, even when you're offline. AI PCs are starting to deliver real value across a wide range of everyday tasks, from content creation and productivity to intelligent personal assistants. Let's just take a look at a few of the AI PC applications today. Starting with content creation. These videos were created from simple text prompts on a Ryzen AI Max PC, so not in the cloud, but in a local
Oh, this is
environment. Anyone
this is
can generate
Ryzen AI
professional quality
Max.
photos and videos in
This is
minutes
Strix
with no
Halo.
design expertise. Microsoft has been a key enabler of AI PCs, helping bring next-generation capabilities directly into our productivity tools. For example, managing your meetings, summarizing emails, quickly finding files that you need, using real-time translation on video
It even has
conferences.
Hansa.
And with Microsoft Copilot, advanced AI capabilities are being built directly into the Windows experience to complete tasks
It can learn
faster.
the language,
You just
any
describe what you
languages.
need, and the PC takes it from there. Now, at AMD, we saw the AI PC wave early, and we invested. That's why we've led every inflection point. We were the first to integrate a dedicated on-chip AI engine in 2023, and the first to deliver Copilot Plus x86 PCs in 2024. And with Ryzen AI Max, we created the first single-chip x86 platform that could run a 200 billion parameter model locally. And now we're extending that leadership again with our next-gen Ryzen AI notebook and desktop processors. So today, I'm proud to announce the new Ryzen AI 400 series, the industry's broadest and most advanced family of AI PC processors. Ryzen AI 400 combines up to 12 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores, 16 RDNA 3.5 GPU cores, our latest XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 60
XDNA
tops
2,
of AI
XDNA 2,
compute,
60
and support
tops.
for faster memory speed.
60 tops.
These flagship Ryzen AI mobile processors deliver significantly faster content creation and multitasking
Memory
performance
speeds
compared to the
up to
competition. Now, there's a lot of
8,533.
excitement for the Ryzen AI 400 series, and if you're walking around CES this week, you're going to see many notebooks launching this week. The first Ryzen AI 400 series
Oh man,
PCs
more
begin
AI
shipping later
PCs
this
coming
month
this year.
with more than 120
Who's B-Link?
ultra-thin gaming and commercial PCs.
I've never heard of
launching
B-Link.
throughout the year from every major OEM across every AI PC form factor.
Where are they from? Liquid. What's Liquid?
Now, powering the next generation of AI PC experiences takes more than just hardware. It takes smarter software with models that are lighter, faster, and can run directly on device. These are different than what you're seeing in the cloud. So to talk more about this next wave of model innovation, please welcome Ramin Hassani, co-founder and CEO of Liquid AI.
Oh, Liquid AI. Oh, number three. Third strongest. CEO, another
Ramin,
CEO.
It's great to have you here. I'm very excited about the work that you guys are doing at Liquid. You were really taking a different approach to
Oh, this ain't
models.
Team Liquid. This is
Can you talk
Liquid.
a little
Okay.
bit to the audience about what Liquid is doing and why it's different from others?
Absolutely, Lisa. It is great to
Is
be
he from
here.
Team Liquid originally?
We're a foundation model company spun out of MIT 2.5 years ago.
Oh man, this
We're
is from
building
MIT
efficient
2.5
generative
years
AI
ago.
models that can
Oh,
run
it's these
fast
guys.
on any processor inside and outside of data centers. We designed from scratch multimodal models with a hardware-in-the-loop approach that allows us to optimize neural architectures for a given hardware. We are not building transformer models. We are building liquid foundation models. Powerful, fast, and processor-optimized generative models. The goal is to substantially reduce the computational cost of intelligence.
I knew it. I knew he was going to say this.
Without sacrificing quality. That means liquid models deliver frontier model quality right on a device.
Wow.
Device could be a phone, could be a laptop, could be a robot, could be a coffee machine.
This is innovation.
Could be an airplane. Basically, anywhere compute exists with three value propositions: privacy, speed, and continuity.
No wonder
It can
this came
work
from a
seamlessly
university
across
originally.
Online and offline workloads.
Ramin, our teams have been working really closely on bringing more capable models to AI PCs. Can you share a bit about that work?
Absolutely. Today, I've got two new product announcements. One, we are excited to announce Liquid Foundation Models 2.5, the most advanced tiny class of models on the market. At only 1.2 billion parameters, the model performs best on instruction following capabilities between its class and models that are larger in its class.
Wow.
LFM 2.5 instances are the building blocks of reliable AI agents on any device. To put this in perspective for you, this model delivers instruction following capabilities better than the DeepSeek models and Gemini Pro kind of models, Gemini 2.5 Pro, right on the device.
Wow.
We are releasing 5 model instances: a chat model, an instruct model, a Japanese enhanced language model, a vision language model, and a lightweight audio model, audio language model, basically. These are highly optimized for AMD Ryzen AI.
Hold on a
CPUs,
second. Wait a minute.
GPUs,
Hold on.
and
I gotta.
NPUs. And today, they're available for download on Hugging Face and on our own platform, Leap. There you can enjoy them.
Oh man, this is the real deal. Yeah.
So
okay.
we can
I
stack
gotta
these
get on
LFM
this. This is
2.5
good.
instances together to build agentic workflows. But then it would be really amazing if we can bring in all these modalities into one place. So that brings me to my second announcement, LFM3. LFM3, it is designed natively multimodal to process text, vision, and audio as input and deliver audio and text as an output in 10 different languages with sub-100 millisecond latency for audio-visual data. You will get LFM3 later in the year.
Yeah,
All
man.
right, that's fantastic.
Wow. Fantastic. Wow.
Now,
Yeah.
help our audience understand, why should they be so excited about LFM3?
This is the real
what can
deal.
you do with these models on an AI PC?
Absolutely. So most assistants, AI assistants, co-pilots today are reactive agents. You open an app, then you ask a question, it responds. But when the AI is running fast on the device and is always on, it can be working, on the tasks proactively for you. The task can be done
It can
in the
just
background.
think of what you need it to
Let
do.
me show you a quick demo, a reference
Like on
design to
Android.
inspire what is
This is the
possible
next stage.
to build
We're moving
on
into the
PCs
next
with
level.
LFM instances. Let's
Always
jump in.
on.
Imagine you're a sales leader working on your AMD Ryzen laptop with LFM3 backbone proactive agents activated. You're in full focus mode, working on a spreadsheet.
Full focus mode,
Notifications start
activate.
piling up. You get a calendar notification for a sales meeting, but want to continue your work in deep focus. A liquid proactive agent notices the meeting and
Forecasting. What's in the commit? What's the deal size?
You allow the agent to join.
Gotta close out
and
the quarter
while you
end.
focus on your data analysis task. In the background,
We have to have another meeting.
the meeting is in progress with your agent representing you.
Are you sure we can trust this agent?
I think
I'm a little worried there, Ramin.
this system can actually transcribe more than transcribing your systems, and really understanding what is going on.
Man, this is the best
And the
one.
system
This
can
keeps
also be
getting
hooked
better
up
and
to your
better.
email
This keeps
platform.
getting better and
It
better.
can analyze your emails as your emails are actually coming out. It can perform a deep research functionality. So with the deep research functionality, you can analyze every email and draft the response. for
Look
you.
at that. It's analyzing
Again,
every
everything
email
under
in
your
real
own
time
control.
instantaneously.
You're not going to go. This is not going to go rogue. Everything is offline, locally on the device. So
What?
this system can deliver, a summary. It can do the job.
Oh
better than
man,
what you have
dude, this thing is
expected, what you
everyone.
have
Oh
seen
man,
from
every
the
company is
activation.
gonna
I think
force
this
their
year is going
employees
be
to
the
use
year
this.
of,
Liquid is gonna
proactive
take off,
agents.
man. This is the
And
real
I'm
deal.
very excited to announce.
This is
that,
big. This is a big
we're
deal.
bringing-
You guys
we're
don't
working with
realize this is a
collaborating
big
with
deal.
Zoom to bring these
At
features
least
to the
corporate
Zoom
America is
platform.
going to force all their employees
That's
to use
fantastic.
this. I can see it now. Are these guys publicly
I
traded?
mean, we're really excited about what you're doing. I
What's
think
the
you've
stock
just given
ticker for these
people
guys?
just a glimpse of what
I'm
we
just-
can do when we bring
it's just for
true
research purposes.
AI capability to our PCs. So thank you. We're excited, and we look forward to all we're going to do together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Dude, that was the best one because that's the one that's actually realistic. That one's not on the cloud. That's on-prem.
So
If you have an
now
AI
let's see a little
PC,
bit
you
about
can
what's
actually
possible
use
with
that.
Local AI. But the latest PCs aren't just running AI apps. They're actually building them. That's why we created Ryzen AI Max, the ultimate PC processor for creators, gamers, and AI developers. It's the most powerful AI PC platform.
Ryzen
in the
AI
world,
Max, here we
with
go.
16 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores and 40 RDNA 3.5 GPU compute units, and an XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 50 TOPS of AI performance. All connected by a unified memory architecture that supports up to 128 gigabytes of shared memory between the CPU and GPU. In premium laptops, Ryzen AI Max is significantly faster in both AI and content creation applications compared to the latest MacBook Pro.
True.
In
Yeah.
small form factor workstations.
This is
Ryzen
all
AI Max
framework desktop.
delivers
There you go.
comparable
Asus Flow
performance to
Z13.
at much lower price
Oh, there
than
you go.
NVIDIA's DGX Spark.
Linux
Generating
support.
up to
Oh yeah.
1.7 times more tokens per second per dollar when running
Now
the
that's what I'm
latest
talking
GPT
about.
OSS models. And because Ryzen AI Max supports both Windows and Linux natively, developers maintain full access to their preferred software environment, tools, and workflows. Now, there are more than 30 Ryzen AI Max systems in
Ryzen
market
AI
today,
Max was
with new
PC of the
laptops,
year last year,
all-in-ones,
man.
and compact workstations
That thing is
launching
so
at
good.
CES
That thing is
and
so
rolling
good.
out throughout the year.
Mm.
But our mission is to
Utter
advance
domination.
AI everywhere for everyone. The truth is, there are AI developers, many of you in this room, who want access to platforms that enable you to develop on the fly. So we took this one step further. Today, I'm excited to announce the AMD Ryzen AI Halo, a new reference platform.
Ryzen
for local
AI Halo?
deployment.
What?
Now, I would say this is pretty beautiful. Do you guys agree?
Ryzen AI Halo.
So let me tell you what it is. This is the smallest AI development system in the world, capable of running models with up to 200 billion parameters locally, not connected to anything. It's powered by our highest-end Ryzen AI Max processor with 128 gigabytes of high-speed unified memory that is shared by CPU, GPU, and NPU.
It has a light bar.
This architecture accelerates system performance and makes it possible to efficiently run large AI models on a compact desktop PC that fits in your hand. Thank you.
Wow. So they basically they made an OEM version of
Halo
Ryzen AI
supports
Max.
multiple operating systems natively, ships with our latest ROCm software stack, comes preloaded with the leading open source developer tools, and runs hundreds of models out of the box. And this really gives developers everything you need to build, test, and deploy local agents and AI applications directly on the PC. Now, for all of you who are wondering, Halo is launching in the second quarter of this year, and we can't wait for folks to get their hands on them.
Yeah, they're probably going to sell a lot of those because Strix Halo is the best mobile platform.
And content creation.
Unless you're on a
gamers
Mac.
Out there.
Oh, gamers! Here we go.
A lot of gamers out there.
The gamers, 1 billion
gamers. And creators rely on AMD across Ryzen and Radeon PCs, Threadripper workstations, and consoles from Sony and Microsoft.
It's funny, both of those consoles are literally on this desk right now.
And while the visual quality of those frames has advanced dramatically over the years, the way we build those worlds really hasn't. It still takes teams months or even years to bring a 3D experience to life. Now, AI is really starting to change that. To show what's next in 3D world creation, I'm honored to introduce one of the most influential figures in AI. Known as the godmother of AI,
man, 177.
Oh
my,
transformed how machines see and understand the world. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of World Labs, Dr. Fei-Fei Li.
This is for the gamers. Wait, what is this? The World Labs.
Fei-Fei, we are so excited to have you here. You know, you've been one of the leaders shaping AI for decades. Can you just give us a little bit of your perspective? Where are we today, and why did you start World Labs?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Lisa, for inviting me to be here. Congratulations to all the announcements. I can't wait to use some of them. So it's true that there has truly been great breakthroughs in AI progress in the past few years.
AI.
And as you said, I've been around the block for a while, for more than 2 decades. And I really cannot be more excited than now by where things are going. So in the past few years, language-based intelligence in AI technology really has taken the world by storm. We're seeing the proliferation of all kinds of capabilities and applications. But the truth is, there's a lot more than just language intelligence. Even for us humans, there's more than passively looking at life in the world. We are incredible spatial intelligent animals, and we have profound capabilities that use our own spatial intelligence that connects perception with action. Think about all of you being here, how you braved through airports this morning. I'm one of them. Or woke up in your hotel room and get to the nice coffee shop, or find your way in this maze in Vegas to be here.
Las Vegas is a huge
spatial intelligence. So what excites me is that there's now a new wave of Gen AI technology for both embodied AI and generative AI that we can finally give machines something closer to the human level spatial intelligence. It's the ability to not only perceive, but create 3D or even 4D worlds, reason about objects and people, and imagine entirely new environments that still obey the laws of physics and dynamics in worlds, virtual or real. So that's why I started World Labs. I really want to bring spatial intelligence to life and deliver value to people.
I remember the first time I talked to you about your concept for World Labs and your passion about what this could bring. Tell us a little bit about what your models do so the audience gets a feel for what does this really mean?
Yeah, well, I heard that there are gamers out there, so this is
gamers.
very exciting. So traditionally, building 3D scenes requires laser scanners or calibrated cameras or hand-built models using pretty sophisticated and complicated software. But at World Labs, we're creating a new generation of models that can use the recent Gen AI technology to learn the structure, not only just flat pixel structure, I'm talking about 3D, 4D structure of the world directly from
4D?
data. A lot of data. So give the model a few
hold
images.
up. This thing could do 3D
even
and 4D?
one image.
Like
The
unseen
model
realm type
itself
of stuff?
can
Wait,
fill
what?
in the missing details, predicts what's behind objects and generates
This thing can see the
rich,
fourth dimension?
consistent, permanent,
Dude, once
navigable
AI gets to that
3D
level,
worlds.
it's game over, man.
So what you're seeing
Humans
here
can't
on
even comprehend
screen
fourth dimension.
is a Hobbit
At least not
world
visually.
that's created by our World Labs model called Marble. We just give it a handful of images, and it created these 3D scenes that are persistent, and you can navigate.
Oh, here we go. The era of AI-generated games has begun. The next generation of gaming.
Fully navigable, expensive
Games
3D
made by
world.
AI.
And it shows how these models not just reconstruct the environment, they really imagine cohesive worlds, wondrous worlds. And once these worlds exist, they flow together.
They flow together.
Allowing effortless transition from one environment to the next and scaling into something much larger. And this is much closer to how humans piece together a place from a few glances.
Well, it looks pretty amazing that you can do that with such little input. Now, can you just show us a little bit about how the technology works?
Yes, definitely. Let's just ground it in real world a bit more from the Hobbit world. Let's do something that you're very familiar with. So, over the break, our team went to AMD's Silicon Valley office. I hope they got your permission. And
they just kind of showed up.
Okay. Okay. Well, now here we are. We just use some regular phone cameras. There's no special equipment. Just phones to capture a few images. And then we put them into World Labs' a 3D generative model called Marble. And then our model that can use AMD's MI325X chip and the ROCm software stack can create a 3D version of that environment. And including windows, doors,
Man, those software, the devs that are doing the
rock'em
ROCm stuff are going to be in demand.
Sense of depth and scale.
They're going to be in
and keep
demand.
in mind, you're not looking at photos. You're not looking at videos. You're looking at truly 3D consistent worlds. And then our team started to have a little more fun and decided to
You decided to remodel?
Exactly,
Yes, yeah.
for free for you. For different design styles, right?
Whoa. Whoa.
I don't know.
They turned it
which one you
Cyberpunk
guys
2077.
like the most.
They turned it into
personally
Valkyria
really like
Chronicles.
The Egyptian one, but maybe that's because I'm going there in a few months. And while this transformation is keeping the geometric consistency and the 3D inputs, so you can imagine this can be such powerful tools for many use cases, whether you're doing robotic simulation or game development or design.
Game development is going to
What would
definitely take this.
traditionally take months
100%.
to do in a typical workload.
Dark Souls 5.
We really could do it in minutes.
Lords
now.
of the Fallen 3.
And we can even
Lies of
navigate
P2. They're
into
all
an
going to use this
entirely
stuff.
different world, like actually the Venetian Hotel.
The Venetian?
We just did that yesterday by taking a picture and then
What?
put it in the model. And then had a little fun, and then it turned this whole
Whoa,
place
that's
into a
inside the
3D
Caesar's Palace.
Imaginative space.
Whoa.
And now I'm sure you guys can take pictures and send it to Marble and experience this yourself. But what you don't see here behind the scene is how much computation is happening and why inference speed really matters. The faster we can run these models, the more responsive the world becomes. Instant camera moves, instant edits, and a scene that stays coherent as you actually navigate and explore. And that's what's really important.
You know, Feifei, I think you're going to have a few people going out to your website to try Marble this
We'll
evening.
keep the server up.
But look, that looked really amazing. Can you just share a little bit about your experience working with AMD and our work on Instinct and ROCm?
Yeah, of course. And even though we are old friends, our partnership is relatively new. And I got to be honest, I'm very impressed by how quickly this came together. Part of our model is a real-time generative frame model. It was running on MI325X in under just a week. And then with AMD Instinct and ROCm, our teams were able to iterate really rapidly over a course of a few weeks to improve performance by more than 4-fold. And that was really impressive. That matters because spatial intelligence is fundamentally different from what came before. Teaching AI to understand and navigate 3D structure, have motion, understand physics requires enormous memory, massive parallelism, and very fast inference. And I was seeing your announcement. I can't wait to see platforms like MI450 continue to scale, and they will give us the ability to train larger world models, and just as importantly, to run them fast enough that these environments can feel alive, react instantly as the user or agents move, explore, interact, and create.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Your team has been fantastic working together.
Thank you.
So, Fei-Fei, with all the compute performance that we're going to give you and all of the innovation in your models, give the audience a view of what to expect over the next few years.
Yeah, I know, and as you know me, I don't like to hype. I think the world...
This is like called under-hype, Fei-Fei, so...
No, I think we should just share what it is. It is going to be a changing world. A lot of workflows, a lot of things that were difficult to do will actually go through a revolution because of the incredible technology. So for example, creators can now experience and create real-world scenes, scenes in real time, shaping what's in their mind's eye, experimenting with the space, the light, the movement, as if they are sketching inside a living world. And then intelligent agents, whether it's robots or vehicles or even tools, can learn inside very rich, physics-aware digital worlds before they even need to be deployed into the real one, making them much safer, make the development much faster, more capable, and more helpful to people. And designers, for example, or architects, can walk through ideas before anything is built, exploring form, flow, materials, and navigate spaces rather than just staring at static plans. So what excites me most is that this represents a shift in how AI shows up in our lives. We're moving from systems that understand words and images passively to systems that not only understand, but can help us to interact with the world. So Lisa, what we are sharing today, which is turning a handful of images or photos into coherent, explorable world in real time, is not a glimpse of the distant future anymore. It is really the beginning of the next chapter. So you and I talk about this even offline. We know as powerful as AI technology is, it's also our responsibility to deploy and develop it in ways that reflect true human values, that augment.
Oh, the people are clapping. I didn't catch what was said, but
human
yeah.
creativity,
I agree,
productivity, and our care for each other, while keeping people firmly at the center of this story, however powerful technologies are. And I'm very excited to partner with AMD and with you on this journey.
Fei-Fei, I think I speak for everyone. You are, really an inspiration to the AI world.
AI is at
Congratulations
191
on all
right
the great
now.
progress, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
That's 191 AIs so far.
Okay, next shift. Now let's turn to the world of healthcare.
Oh, here we go. Healthcare. Here we go. The next big thing. Healthcare. Health. It says health. It's like it's going up an elevator. A giant, wide elevator. Oh, this is it.
Of all the ways AI is advancing the world,
AI.
healthcare impacts us all. And AMD technology is enabling the incredible to become possible. Cancer detection is happening earlier, with supercomputers analyzing data at massive scale. Patients are receiving therapy sooner with compute modeling complex biological systems. Promising treatments are moving forward faster through molecular simulation. Medicine is becoming more personalized through genome research. And patient outcomes are improving through robot-assisted surgeries. Our partners are using AI to accelerate science and better human health. Advanced by AMD.
So look, as you saw in that video, AMD technology is already at work across healthcare. This is one of the most meaningful applications. You've already heard about some of the stories tonight of how high-performance computing and AI is one of the areas that I am most personally passionate about, is how you can bring healthcare there. There's nothing more important in our lives than our health and the health of our loved ones. And using technology to improve healthcare outcomes means we measure progress in terms of lives saved. I'm very happy to be joined tonight by 3 experts who are leading the way in applying AI to real-world healthcare challenges. Please join me in welcoming Sean McClain, CEO of AppSci, Jacob Thaysen, CEO of Illumina, and Ulla Engquist, Head of Molecular AI at AstraZeneca.
Oh, wow. AIs. Here comes the squad. Here comes the squad. The AI squad. Check it out. We got a whole squad this time. The AI squad.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. You can see there's a lot of excitement about healthcare. Thank you for the tremendous partnership. You know, Sean, at AppSci, you're using generative models and synthetic biology to design new drugs from scratch. Can you walk through a little bit of how that works?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today. Biology is hard. It's complex. It's messy. Drug discovery and development is this archaic way of going about discovering drugs. Ultimately, it's this trial and error process where you ultimately are searching for a needle in the haystack. But with generative AI and what we're doing at AppSci, you're actually able to start creating that needle and being able to actually engineer in the biology that you want, being able to go after the diseases that have large unmet medical need, and being able to have the manufacturability.
They're going to bioengineer humans
that you want in the
using
drug.
AI. Wait, what did he just say? Did he
We're
hear what he
actually
just
able
said?
to start having precision engineering now because of AI with biology. Just like Apple is engineering an iPhone, or you all are engineering the 455s, we're able to start engineering biology. And what is that actually doing? It's allowing us to start tackling some of the hardest, most challenging diseases that still exist.
This is gonna be like Gundam.
Where standard of care is poor. And at AppSci, this is exactly what we want to tackle. We want to tackle these hard, challenging diseases. 2 of them that we're focused on at AppSci is androgenic alopecia, so think common baldness. We actually have the opportunity in the not too distant future to have AI cure baldness. Wouldn't that be incredible? And not only that, be able to focus in areas that have been neglected. Women's health. For far too long, women's health has been pushed aside. And we have a drug that we are developing for endometriosis that affects 1 in 10 women, with the opportunity to potentially deliver a disease-modifying therapy for these women. This is what AI in drug discovery is all about. And this wouldn't be possible without the compute partnership that we've had with AMD. Lisa, you and Mark Papermaster invested in AppSci roughly a year ago. And within that year, we've been able to scale the inference and be able to, in a single day, screen over 1 million drugs in 1 single day.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Wow, that is
Additionally,
incredible.
We're getting onto the 355s. And the memory there is going to allow us to contextualize the biology in a way that we haven't been able to before, and ultimately create better models for drug discovery. The future is really bright in AI and drug discovery.
That's fantastic, Sean. Well, look, thank you for the partnership. We're really excited about all the work we're doing together. Now, Jacob, Illumina is really a leader in reading and understanding the human genome to improve health. How is AI helping in your work? And talk a little bit about what the impact is for the future of precision medicine.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And I'm super excited to be here, and we definitely share a deep passion for impacting health. So looking forward to everything we can do, the two companies together, both what we have done and what we're going to do. And of course, Sean, I'm rooting for that drug against baldness, for sure. So let me talk a little bit about Illumina. We are the world leader in DNA sequencing. And DNA, as you know, is the blueprint of life, which makes all of us unique. And therefore, it's essential to be able to measure that to prevent, diagnose, and treat diseases. In a simplified way, you can think about the human genome as 3 billion letters. So that actually is like a book with 200,000 pages in. And that is in each of our cells. Now, if there's just one mistake, spelling mistake in that book, that can actually mean the difference between a long and healthy life and a short and terrible life. So accurate DNA sequencing is extremely important, but it's super data and compute intensive. In fact, we are generating in our sequences more data than is generated on YouTube every day.
What?
And therefore, the relationship with AMD is super important. We are using your FPGA and EPIC processes in our sequences every day, and that's the only way we can compute all that and translate that into insights. Over the past decade, our technology has already now been used, as we talked
Lisa
about.
Lisa got the cards here like Mari. She's like
Today,
the host, like Mari.
Profiling terrible diseases like cancer and inherited diseases, and it's really very important to make sure. And we are impacting a lot of people's health out there and have saved a lot of millions of people's lives. But we're just getting started. But biology is super complex. So now, and our brain can't really comprehend all that. But the combination of using generative AI, genome, proteomics together is poised to completely change our understanding of biology over the next period of time. It will impact drug discovery, but it will also impact on how we prevent and treat early diseases. So really, it will change our way to think about
this is crazy, guys. This is going to change everything.
We can only do that with the collaboration
But
between
see,
us
stuff
and
like this is going to prevent the AI bubble from popping.
I'm really excited about that.
This is going to keep it going up.
And
this is going to keep it going up.
AstraZeneca, you're scaling AI across one of the largest drug discovery
This is the real deal.
there is. Talk about how AI is
this show is getting better and better.
Okay, thanks, Lisa, and also thanks for the invitation. And so say to at AstraZeneca, we really apply AI end-to-end, from early drug discovery to manufacturing to healthcare delivery. And for us, AI is not only about productivity, it's a lot about innovation. How can we work in a different way? How can we do new things with AI? And one area that I'm personally very passionate about is how can we deliver candidate drugs quicker with the help of generative AI. So how we're working there is that we train our generative AI model on all our experimental data that we have generated over several decades. And then we use those models to virtually assess in the computer which hypothesis, which ideas of candidate drugs might work or not. And then we can assess millions of different potential candidate drugs. And then we take the best, only the one that we think is really good, into the experimental lab and really validate the hypothesis there. So we use our generative AI model.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Candidate drugs, to modify them, to optimize, to really reduce the number of experiments we need to do in the laboratory. And we are applying a new way of working to the whole AstraZeneca small molecule pipeline. And we see that we can deliver candidate drugs 50% faster with the new way of working, and also improve clinical success later.
I don't even know what's
happening
right now.
We need to do that in a collaboration. So we collaborate with academia, with AI startup, and with companies like AMD. And one very important area for us is hyperscaling, because we have a lot of great data, and we really want to create the most optimal, best models we can. And there we work in a collaboration with AMD to basically scale our drug discovery engine SemlaFlow so it can handle these large new data sets. So basically, we optimize the whole workflow with the help of AMD.
That's fantastic, Ola. Look, all of your stories are really amazing, and we're thrilled to be working with you to bring these things to life. Now, let's wrap up and think about, what's the one thing each of you are most excited about when it comes to how AI will improve healthcare? And maybe, Jacob, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm just excited about the time we are in. This is the first time that you have technology that can create massive amount of data. The first time you have the compute power and the generative AI models. That will truly change our understanding on, as I mentioned before, biology. That will be translated into huge impact on healthcare.
They're just stunning the audience. They're just stunning, bedazzling them with brilliance. Dazzling them with the brilliance. Everyone's in the audience is like, whoa.
Diseases.
Everyone's dazed and confused. Dazed and confused.
In the future, we can prevent chronic diseases.
That's fantastic. Sean, bring us home.
Absolutely. So to riff a little bit on what Ola said, I want to live in a world where we can interact with people before they get sick, where we can provide drugs and treatments to allow them to continue to live their healthy life, where they're metabolically healthy, they have a full head of hair, and they have that vitality that we all look for. Being able to go from sick care to preventative care to ultimately regenerative biology and medicine, where aging no longer is linear. That's the world that I want to live in, that AI is going to help us create. It's an exciting time.
I think we can all say, Sean, we are super inspired. I mean, look, this is what I heard. We should expect AI should help us predict sickness, prevent sickness, and personalize treatments such that we can get really extend lives. And you guys are really at the forefront of it. So it is our honor to be your partner. Thank you each for joining us today. And we look forward to really, moving this frontier forward over the next few years together.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Incredible stuff. This has been a great presentation so far. It just keeps getting better.
Now we're entering the world of physical AI.
Physical AI. Oh, here we go.
Enters the real world, powered by high-performance CPUs and leadership adaptive computing that enables machines to understand their surroundings and take action to achieve complex goals. At AMD, we've spent more than 2 decades building the foundation of physical AI. Today, AMD processors power factory robots with micron-level precision, guide systems that inspect infrastructure.
Oh man, over 20 years of robotics innovation.
At speed recovery times. And we're doing it together with a broad ecosystem of partners. Physical AI is one of the toughest challenges in technology. It requires building machines that seamlessly integrate multiple types of processing to understand their environment, make real-time decisions, and take precise action without any human input. And all of this is happening with no margin for error. Delivering that kind of intelligence takes a full-stack approach. High-performance CPUs for motion control and coordination, dedicated accelerators to process real-time vision and environmental data, and with an open software ecosystem, developers can move fast and seamlessly across platforms and applications. Now, seeing is believing. So to show how some of this work is unlocking the next generation of robotics, please welcome CEO and co-founder of Generative Bionics, Daniela Pucci, to the stage. Hello, Danny. It's great to have you. Your team is doing some amazing work. Can you just give us some background about what you're doing?
Lisa, Generative Bionics is the industrial spin-out of more than 20 years of research in physical AI and biomechanics at the Italian East of Technology. But when we look back, actually, everything started from a simple but profound question. If an artificial agent needs to understand the human world, doesn't it need a human-like body to experience it? To answer this, we built some of the most advanced humanoid platforms in the world. iCab for cognitive research, then ErgoCab for safe industrial collaboration, and then we built IronCab, the only jet-powered flying humanoid robot in the world. Throughout the process of building these robots, however, Lisa, there has been one belief.
Oh man, that robot can
changed.
fly?
The real working technology is that one that amplifies human potential and that is built around people, not the other way around. Now, this belief has become the mission of generative bionics, but to make it real, we need compute that is fast, deterministic, and local. A humanoid, for instance, touch, balance, and safety loops cannot wait for the cloud. That's why our collaboration with AMD is so fundamental. AMD, in fact, gives us a unified continuum from embedded and edge platforms such as Ryzen AI Embedded and Versal AI Edge, running physical AI on the robot, to AMD CPUs and GPUs, powering simulation, training, and large-scale development. So, Lisa, one computer architecture from one partner end-to-end.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, look, let's talk a little bit about your philosophy and approach to, how are you building these things and what are your use cases?
We think, Lisa, that now humanoid robots have to be elevated to another level. Yeah. So our approach to physical AI is to build a platform around the humanoid robot. And then the platform is designed to achieve human-level intelligence, safe physical human-robot interaction, and engineered into real products. Now, let's start from the robot. Here, we are really inspired by biomechanics. In fact, if you look at human movements, they rely on fast reflexes. We walk by falling
Chucky,
forward,
isn't that what?
And our nervous system basically exploits our biomechanics. So we are exploiting the same principles into our humanoid robots. Then humans basically learn also through touch, which is a primary source of intelligence. So we believe that humanoid robots really need.
Can you imagine that Chucky robot
finally,
comes in your room at night?
The platform. So
it's just there at the door
around the humanoid robot.
It's at the door in your
next generation of humanoid robots. So just to give an example, the same tactile sensors that we used for the humanoid robot, we are basically used also into a sensorized shoe that is being used in healthcare to help patients recover better and faster. But more importantly, the shoe acts as another robot sensor so that the robot has the feeling of whether or not and how to help the patient. So, Lisa, we are not building a robot. We are not only building a robot. We are not only building a product. We are building basically a platform to close the loop between humans and humanoid robots and enabling what we call human-centric physical AI.
That's super cool.
Human-centric physical AI.
Yes, and people like to see things. So what exciting news do you have for us?
So, Lisa, we focused on a new product identity. And our first human robot design, basically that defines our DNA in terms of products, Gene 1. And I'm really happy to say that Gene 1 today has been ready to be released right now.
What?
Is this gorgeous or what?
Oh man, it just kind of appeared.
Our vision is a future where humans remain in the center, supported by technology. That's why we focus on building humanoid robots that people can trust and accept.
You have to trust and accept the robots.
Acceptability means beauty, grace and safety. Gene 1 is Italian by design.
Is it really Italian?
Yeah.
It's Italian?
But basically what really sets
Italiano.
Gene 1 apart is touch. A distributed tight skin across the robot body allows Gene 1 to feel pressure, contact, and intention making, and intention making touch a primary source of intelligence. Just to give you examples why this is so important, in factories, touch makes possible.
Can I get one of these?
Allow human-robot collaboration.
If I sell all my RAM, I could probably afford one.
Basically, a patient can hold the robot and he can feel how to help the patient in the best way. So this enables safer decisions and more natural interaction.
La visa
in
alla
the real world, powered by
macaroni.
AMD Computer's platforms.
La macaroni.
Our first commercial humanoid will be manufactured in the second half of 2026, and we are already working with industrial partners, including a leading steel manufacturer.
This is very
deploy these robots
important.
in safety critical environments. Lisa, this is not science
Lisa,
fiction.
this is
We are
very
making a
important, isn't
content.
it?
Thank you so much, Danny. This is truly exciting. We are super excited
This
about what
is so
Gene 1 can do.
big.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It just stands there. I love it shaking hands.
Okay, now let's turn to one more.
Wait, where's it? Bring back the Italiano. Where's it? Where's the robot? Hey, the robot is still there. It's still there. What the? I can't. It's still. Wait, what is happening? They're going to outer space? Oh man, the final frontier! Dude, I can't. There's too much in the show.
AMD technology is
Oh
powering
my
critical
God,
space
space
missions today,
technology.
from delivering satellite internet
Oh,
connectivity to remote communities, to enabling autonomous exploration of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and beyond. On Mars, AMD adaptive computing enables the Perseverance rover to operate autonomously. That same technology is also powering robotic systems at NASA, JPL, and both the European and Indian space agencies, delivering reliable compute in some of the harshest and most unforgiving environments. One of the leaders in space exploration and a company using AMD technology to help build the next generation of spacecraft.
Oh man, that was so good.
Is Blue
This is too much. Oh, Blue Origin. Oh my God. Dude, this is the best show. This is the best show. This is definitely the best keynote so far. It just kept getting more over the top. This is over the top action. This is like watching the entire Dragon Ball Z Boo saga on like 16x
Blue
speed.
Origin is doing just some amazing things. Talk to us a little bit about your mission and what you're working on.
Yes, thank you everyone for having me here. I'm very excited to tell you about what we're doing. Jeff Bezos, our founder, likes to say that
Jeff Bezos, oh
is
no.
the best planet in the solar system. It sustained life for millions of years. And as we explore the solar system, Earth will be the origin of that life, that pale blue dot. That is
Oh,
Earth.
dude,
And
Carl,
that's why our
second.
company
This
named
is
Blue Origin.
this is going into
To protect that
Xenosaga
planet,
levels of
we want to
epicness
move
now.
Heavy industry eventually off the Earth.
The
As we
Earth is
look
going to turn into
build
Lost
these
Jerusalem. This is turning into
solar power satellites
Xenosaga.
in low Earth orbit.
First
Settle the
StarCraft
moon,
and now
settle
Xenosaga?
Mars, explore the asteroid belt. We'll move on and we'll build that infrastructure so that eventually millions of
Cowboy
people
Bebop.
will be living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. And that starts with one person. Originally, we had Yuri Gagarin and Alan Shepard explore. Then the Apollo astronauts. Then just recently, the International Space Station celebrated 25 years of continuous human presence in space. The next step for us is lunar permanence. And our business unit that I'm lucky enough to be a part of is named Lunar Permanence specifically so that everyone knows immediately what we're trying to do, is establish a permanent presence of humanity on the moon. And that requires reliable, repeatable, low-cost operations and reliable and repeatable, low-cost equipment and vehicles. And AMD is a critical partner of ours to make that happen.
Well, thank you so much for that, John. And look, talk a little bit about why high performance computing is so important in your work, and especially as your missions are getting more complicated.
Certainly. So space is the ultimate edge environment. The flight computers that we build are the heart and soul of our vehicles. That compute stack needs to be reliable, deterministic, and resilient. It needs to survive the environment of space. And what that means is we have mass constraints, power constraints, radiation considerations.
Yeah.
And the AMD embedded architecture allows us to reduce mass, save power on these
They're going to be
vehicles,
using the DPUs
and
for this.
tolerate the demanding radiation environment of deep space.
Yeah.
And I think when we, think about all of this, looking ahead, talk a little bit about how AI is playing a bigger role in your future missions.
Certainly. So AI's impact on Earth-based systems is well known. In fact, I've got to say, Lisa, and I kind of surprised you earlier today, AMD has been a phenomenal partner of Blue Origin. We, only a few months ago, started to talk to AMD about using the Versal 2 in our flight computer stack. And within a few months, the AMD team and the Blue Origin team worked tirelessly and were able to ship us units that we were then able to incorporate into development flight computers. We've now, in a couple of months, built the development flight computers that are flying in our vehicle testbed, and those will eventually power our Mark II lander. That Mark II lander will land astronauts on the moon as early as 2028. In fact, it was so impressive, we had a team of Blue Origin engineers working over the holidays, and we took the entire flight computer stack and we're able to successfully simulate a landing on the moon. This has saved months and months of schedule. Now you take that to the AI use and how important it is for us. Right now at Blue Origin, AI use on Earth is critical. Every employee at Blue Origin has access to AI tools, whether it be for design, for analysis, for just basic pinging back and forth. AI has sped our development process so quickly that we're now looking, how do we bring this to spaceflight? And so what that means for spaceflight for us, that's the next great step, where AI becomes a complement to the astronaut, a co-pilot, if we will, identifying landing sites, looking out for hazards, being able to do that level of compute in a real-time environment.
Man, it's going to be like Starfield. It's going to be like Starfield.
For me personally, though, you think of edge AI, what is really interesting is as we go to explore the solar system, radio astronomy has been a passion of mine. And what radio astronomy is you're looking for weak signal radio frequencies that are being emitted throughout the universe.
From the
aliens.
aliens.
The problem we have is that Earth is a great emitter of radio frequency noise.
Yeah, it is.
So it's hard to identify that. The far side of the moon provides a natural shelter, a barrier to that noise. So if we could land a Mark I vehicle on the far side of the moon, we could start to explore this untapped radio frequency environment. If we have edge AI, we can now utilize that to do the deep exploration to actually identify where we should be looking next. Because relay back to comms, doing this latency, really hurts our ability to explore. So by having it on the far side of the moon, the Mark I vehicle with Edge AI will tell us, land the next vehicle here to optimize your exploration. That's really what excites me.
I mean, that's super, super cool. Look, John, we're honored to work with you. I think it is an incredible mission that you have. Thank you so much for the partnership, and we look forward to what you do next.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, guys, now let's turn to our last chapter of the night, science. And the
Science.
supercomputers used for the most advanced scientific research. We're incredibly...
Science and education, the final
We
topic.
are incredibly proud of our leadership in high-performance computing, and we have continued to push the bleeding edge of performance here. We're actually seeing a convergence between traditional high-performance computing systems and AI as we bring together the best of both of these worlds. Today, AMD powers the 2 fastest supercomputers in the world and more than half of the 50 most energy-efficient systems. These systems are using massive amounts of compute to solve previously impossible problems. In Finland, the Lumi supercomputer has cut climate model update times by more than 85%, enabling earlier warnings and better preparation for extreme weather events. Energy giant ENI is using an AMD-powered supercomputer to develop longer-lasting batteries and cleaner fuels. At Oak Ridge National Labs, the world's first exascale supercomputer is running Orbit 2, a hyper-resolution global model that allows us to predict unprecedented forecasting detail with nearly 99% accuracy. And at Lawrence Livermore National Labs, the world's fastest supercomputer, El Capitan, is modeling how viruses might mutate and evolve, enabling scientists to design more resilient antibody treatments and respond faster to future pandemics. Going forward, there's a lot more that we can do to power the future of scientific discovery. We are actually working very closely with the US Department of Energy and America's national labs as part of the Genesis mission. Genesis is a national program launched late last year to accelerate the convergence of AI, supercomputing, and quantum computing. Together with Oak Ridge National Labs, we recently announced 2 new supercomputers that are part of the Genesis mission. The Lux computer, that is the first dedicated US AI factory for science that will come online early this year. And Discovery, the next flagship supercomputer planned in 2028.
2028?
Genesis is the most ambitious public-private technology initiative in decades. Leading this historic effort is Michael Kratsios, who has shaped national policy at the highest levels.
This one is public and private
US
equity.
CTO and Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. Please join me in welcoming the President's Chief Science and Technology Policy Advisor, Michael Kratsios, to the stage.
They're almost at the end of this. Final NPC.
Michael, thank you so much for being here. I know just how busy you are. You've described this Genesis mission as a real moonshot with the largest mobilization of federal scientific resources in decades. Can you talk a bit about why Genesis is so important?
The Genesis mission is a great example of how President Trump has moved fast in less than a year in order for the US to lean in and win the AI race. Genesis is the largest marshaling of federal scientific resources in recent history, and at a scale and an urgency at the Apollo mission or even the Manhattan Project. We are bringing together the unmatched power of our national laboratories, supercomputers, and the nation's top scientific and innovative minds with the goal of doubling the productivity and impact of American science within a decade. This whole of government approach represents a historic mobilization of resources, tasking the Department of Energy to integrate its world-class supercomputers and data sets into a unified, closed-loop AI platform. Integrating this data, the Genesis mission leverages the power of AI to automate experiment design, to accelerate simulations, and generate predictive models that accelerate federal R&D productivity. Priority areas of focus include the greatest scientific challenges of our time that can dramatically improve our nation's economic and national security. These span biotechnology, critical minerals, nuclear energy, space exploration, quantum, semiconductors, microelectronics. And a few weeks ago, we announced the first wave of industry partnerships to the Genesis mission, and that included AMD, so thank you for that. As a next step, we're working towards bringing even more federal resources into the Genesis mission, and this is going to include a variety of agencies, including the National Science Foundation, National Institutes for Health, and the National Institute for Standards and Technology.
Well, look, thank you, Michael. We are very proud to be part of Genesis, super excited. If you look back, so many of the technologies that we have today really started with long-term public and private partnerships. So where do you see Genesis actually making the biggest impact beyond science?
Well, through Genesis, we will create the world's largest and highest quality scientific data sets to train the next generation of AI systems. pushing them beyond their current mastery of language and code into the realm of science. Now, as you can imagine, this will lead to tremendous spillover effects across healthcare, drug discovery, energy, and manufacturing. Fundamentally, we are seeing a massive shift in America's science and technology enterprise. We are now at a place where the US government, private sector, and universities together are investing over $1 trillion in R&D every year, with the private sector leading the way by carrying out 2/3 of that R&D alone. Now, the Genesis mission understands this and leverages the full strength of that entire ecosystem.
That's wonderful, Michael. Now, we
Project
have talked
Genesis.
a lot about how important it is for the U.S. to lead in AI. Can you talk about what are the biggest things that we must do to get right such that we lead in AI?
Absolutely. There are 3 strategic priorities the U.S. needs to get right as laid out in President Trump's AI action plan. The first is we need to remove barriers to innovation and accelerate research and development. We are already at work looking for regulatory roadblocks to innovation and seeing where we can update or remove them entirely. This effort will ensure the U.S. is a home for the next great technologies to be created and to be commercialized. Next, we need to get AI infrastructure and energy production right. We've taken significant actions to streamline permitting to data center construction and support all forms of energy, including advanced nuclear reactors. Looking beyond our borders, it's all about AI diplomacy and exporting American technologies to the world. The US government is underway in establishing the American AI Export Program to bring American innovators and innovations to our partners and allies around the world. The Department of Commerce will be issuing an RFP this month seeking proposals to create a turnkey AI stack, including everything from infrastructure and chips to models and applications. Last but not least, another strategic priority for President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump is AI and education. I talked earlier about winning the AI race.
AI is in education.
Focusing on AI and education is about truly winning our AI future today. It starts by helping parents and teachers and students navigate AI's opportunities and challenges in the classroom. I'm thrilled that in a matter of months, we are seeing tremendous participation with over 5,000 students and 1,000 educators across all 50 states signing up for the Presidential AI Challenge. Now, submissions close on January 20th, so please visit ai.gov to participate. And also look for these regional competitions that are ultimately going to culminate at a championship at the White House this summer. We've also secured over 200 pledges from leaders like AMD for free AI educational resources, including apprenticeships, access to AI top models, and curricula for so many teachers around the country.
Michael, look, we're incredibly proud to support the AI Education Pledge and really to help expand access to AI education with more hands-on opportunities for students to learn and build. That's why we've actually committed $150 million to programs that bring AI into more classrooms and communities across the country.
AMD has committed $150 million in investments for AI education.
We're investing in the next generation of AI research and talent. We're building research collaborations with more than 800 educational institutions around the world, including many of the top engineering and computer
Build
programs.
next-gen AI
And we're
skills
also committing
with
to developing
next-gen
coursework to promote our
AI.
open ecosystem. So we're offering free online AI courses to reach over 150,000 students this year. So, Michael, I want to say thank you for your leadership on this topic and the First Lady's leadership. I can tell you that it certainly is making a difference in galvanizing the industry. Now, before you go, I have a very fun thing for us to do. It is really a moment for us to highlight some really amazing work as a direct outcome of the AI Education Pledge. So, a little bit of background. We recently partnered with Hack Club on a nationwide AI and robotics campaign. More than 15,000 high school students signed up, with the top teams coming together in Silicon Valley last month for an in-person hackathon to bring their designs to life. It's actually incredible to see what these students were able to build in just one weekend. You can imagine it was a little bit competitive at this hackathon, and as part of the recognition, we invited the top 3 teams to be here at CES, right here in the front row, so they could experience the biggest tech event of the year firsthand, and we could congratulate them in person. So let's give them a big round of applause. And to tell us a little bit more about their project, I'd like to invite the Hackathon Gold Medal winners, Emmy McDonald, Ruzana Gaboyan, and Afia Ava of Team Arm Tender to the stage.
Arm Tender.
Thank you. All right, you guys are amazing. Congratulations on the incredible work. Now, before you talk about the project, can you just share a little bit about yourselves, like where are you from and when did you start coding?
Sure. I'm Emmy, I'm 17, and I'm from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. I started coding when I was around 12, and I joined Hack Club when I was 16.
Good evening, everyone. It's great to see you all. My name is Ruzana Gaboyan, and I'm a 17-year-old student from Cleveland, Ohio. I started coding when I was 12, and I joined Hack Club as soon as I turned 16.
Hi, everyone. My name is Afia. I'm 18 from Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. I started coding about 2 years ago through Hack Club.
That is fantastic. Now, tell us a little bit about your project.
Of course. Together with Ruzana and Afia, my Hack Club teammates, we built an AI robot barista. It's a robotic arm that autonomously serves beverages using a motorized wheel that spins to select a soft drink. We trained a single unified vision language model to multitask using the AMD Developer Cloud with MI300X GPUs. The robotic arm runs entirely on an AMD Ryzen AI laptop using 3 cameras. And we came to the hackathon with no previous AI training experience.
Now, can you believe that? No previous AI training experience, and this is what they did? You guys are clearly doing great things. Just give me an idea, like what are you most excited about working on next?
Thanks so much, Lisa. So my mom actually works at our local fire department. She's in the audience. Hi, Mom. And she is a former firefighter. One thing that we noticed when training Arm Tender is that it was able to capture complex human behaviors. Like, it was able to try again to grab a can after it missed it without us programming that specifically. I want to build a robot that can be used in firefighting to go into building fires and case the building before firefighters go in. And the complexity of motion that we saw AI exhibiting could make that possible in a way that wasn't before.
I love that. What do you guys think?
That could be like...
Well, look, we are all about encouraging and inspiring young people to pursue their dreams. And tonight, we actually have a special surprise for you guys. So AMD is awarding each of you a $20,000 educational grant to invest in your future as innovators to help you keep building.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Look, you guys are just a great example of what the AI Education Pledge is all about, because what you've created, it's clear that there's so much we can do. So congratulations to all of you. And Michael, thank you for being here and really helping bridge all of this together. We appreciate everything you're doing for the country and for the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Look, it's been fantastic being with you tonight, but it's time to wrap this up. So I hope you all saw tonight what I see every single day. This moment in tech not only feels different, AI is different. AI is the most powerful technology that has ever been created, and it can be everywhere for everyone. We're entering this era of yacht-scale computing, where the deployment of more powerful models everywhere will require a massive increase in the amount of compute in the world. Meeting that demand will take a broad portfolio of solutions, from the largest systems in the cloud to AI PCs to embedded computing. And just as important, it takes an open ecosystem built on industry standards. That's what you saw on stage tonight. We wanted to bring you the entire spectrum, from amazing technology to deep co-innovation with industry leaders across the ecosystem, to very strong public-private partnerships. All of us are working together to bring AI everywhere for everyone. On behalf of the 30,000 AMDers around the world, we're proud to be building the future together with all of you, because the world's most important challenges can only be solved by bringing the industry ecosystem together. Thank you for joining us tonight, and enjoy the rest of CES 2026.
All right. Well, that was it. So we got the announcements. The AI PC, Ryzen AI 400, MI 455, the MI 500 for the next generation of AMD Instinct. That will be next year. So lots of announcements, guys. This is a lot of stuff. Man, this was hilarious though. Like this show had so many moments, man. It was like off the top. It was off the chain. It was crazy. This was crazy. The Consumer Electronics Show begins now. No, there was GPU news. That's what the MI thing was. They announced it. So yeah, they showed everything. It'll be Computex when we get the announcements for like consumer Zen 6 and things like that. Consumer Electronics Show is focused on business and AI. This show was long. This show was like 2 hours long. I thought it was gonna be 90 minutes max. And it went over by like 30 minutes more than I thought it would. So it was quite long. Yeah, so basically, if you're interested in AI, this was probably a very, very interesting thing to watch. Because there's a lot going on. We knew there was a lot going on from the NVIDIA announcements. But AMD, I think this show was so much more entertaining. The NVIDIA one was quite boring compared to this one. This one had so many like interesting characters that got on stage. The NVIDIA one was just if you watched the NVIDIA one, that the first like 90 minutes of that was just a bunch of corporate guys sitting in chairs talking about just infrastructure for like an hour. And then they had someone talk about how they see the industry going, and it was all about the cloud and all this stuff. And then Jensen took to the stage after like 90 minutes, and then he talked for like another 2.5 hours about AI this and AI that. I mean, the NVIDIA one was basically the same thing as the one from last year, as far as I'm concerned. I didn't really get anything. Okay, they announced like Vera Rubin, all the new next-gen stuff, but we already knew this was going to happen. This one, so basically AMD did the same thing as NVIDIA. They showed the next generation stuff. MI 400 this year, MI 500 next year. So those are the new GPUs. And then they showed the Helios thing. They announced Helios. That almost 8,000 pound thing. That double width rack. Like that isn't even a normal. This is like the biggest size rack you could build for a data center. Like based off of standard specifications. This thing is massive. So, I mean, that was interesting. If you're interested in AI hardware, you'd probably be very enthusiastic about that. That was probably the coolest thing. So in terms of like AI development kit, they announced their own version of DGX Spark, the Ryzen AI Halo. So day zero support for leading AI models available in Q2 of this year. So that's going to be April, May, June. And then what else did they do? They did, ROCm. ROCm is getting 7.2.2, adds support for Ryzen AI 400 CPUs, unlocks faster local. Oh, yeah. The Liquid, when Liquid got on stage, that was probably the most interesting one. Now, the most entertaining one by far was the Italian robot. I don't even remember the name of the guy or the name of the company that he represented. I just remember the robot that just kind of appeared out of thin air. and forced him and Lisa Su to like spread out to make way for the robot. You know, like that was the climax of the show, in my opinion. The Italian robot. The whole thing where she was like, he's like, it's Italian. She's like, really? It's Italian? Like, it's an Italian citizen? Italian. That part was so good, man. I would go back and rewatch that whole part of the show. That was by far the most entertaining thing. Now, there's also this, which they didn't show during the show. They kind of skipped over this. But the Ryzen 7 9850X3D, the fastest gaming CPU, 5.6 gigahertz, crushes the 285K up to 60% faster. It's funny because it's like they just kind of like shadow dropped this in the background while they were so busy talking about AI. They had to get through all those people presenting, so they completely skipped this whole section about the gaming momentum and all this stuff. They just completely skipped it. But anyway, so they do have this. So yeah. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this is kind of what I expected. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get any announcements for the APUs on desktop, like socketable APUs, because I am very interested in like a 9700G. I really want a 9700G or an 8700G successor. I've been wanting to play around with an overclockable Strix Point or Kraken Point minimum. I really, really want one of those. Like, if there's any computer hardware that I'm interested in purchasing for the first half of this year, it would be Strix Point on desktop. Like, that's what I'm interested in. Socketable Strix Point. Give me I don't know what they're going to call it. If they want to call it Ryzen AI 300 and some random SKU for desktop, so be it. But if they release that, I will buy that day one. That's the only chip that I'm interested in for the first half of this year. Everything else, I don't care. Like the 9850X3, I don't care about this thing. The gamers care about this thing. I don't care about this thing. So, but I really want like a Strix Point on desktop because I'm very impressed with Strix Point, with Strix Halo, basically AMD's mobile stuff and Intel's mobile stuff. Both AMD and Intel are very competitive with each other in the mobile space. So they announced, I think the article's already kind of like, okay, here it is. Yeah, so Ryzen AI 400, this is cool. This is basically, I think, Gorgon Point. This is basically a refresh of Strix Point for laptops. So this is totally fine. I don't know how they're doing the 60 tops because Strix Point tops out at 50 tops. So they're going 10 tops more. This is going to be one of the selling points of this. The faster CPU clock is another thing. It's still going to be 880M. Faster memory speed. This is soldered LPDDR5X. So it says 70% faster than Lunar Lake. Yeah, because Lunar Lake is kind of terrible. I mean, I'm just gonna say it like it is. Lunar Lake is terrible if you're an enthusiast and you want something powerful. This thing is pathetic. So this is like nothing impressive. It's like, okay, yeah, it's 70% faster, but Lunar Lake is pathetic. So anyway, so this is cool. I mean, it's a refresh for mobile. But it's clear everything is focused on AI. Like, all the stuff is all AI, AI this, AI that. We already knew this. Anyone who thought otherwise had unrealistic expectations going into this show. So, like, if you weren't hyped up about AI, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't tune in to CES if you're not in on AI. I'm sorry, but that's just the reality that we're living in. So, yeah, I mean, this is interesting for people who need a new laptop. I guess this is going to be a good choice, especially if you want to use Copilot Plus and all the AI capabilities. Out of all the AI announcements, Liquid, the stuff that Liquid is doing is the most, I would say, practical because it's not cloud, it's on-prem. It can leverage your NPU as well as your GPU in your laptop, so that's really cool. So yeah, I mean, overall, it was what I expected. I'm a little bummed that we didn't hear about the Strix Point on desktop. I knew they were going to do... I had a feeling they were going to do a DGX Spark equivalent, which they did. I mean, but the thing is, we already know this. Anyone who already has Strix Halo, like I already have Strix Halo, so I mean, I'm not going to get this because I don't need this. I already have this. So I don't know how this is different from Strix Halo. Unless this thing has... This thing probably has, I would guess, on the back of it... Did they have a picture of the back? I would guess if it's going to be like DGX, it's going to have QSFP ports on the back. Or GBICs or something. Like, it's going to have some kind of 100 or 40 gigabit or 100 gigabit internet NICs, dual ones. You can stack them. You can form a stack using Crossfire. You can scale up, scale out, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, this is cool. If you're really into AI, this is probably a really good idea. This is going to most likely be, I would guess this is going to be like $3,000. It's going to be $1,000 less than the DGX Spark. So, you know, it could be a more budget-friendly option for the AI enthusiast. This is definitely an AI enthusiast product, though. Like, this is an AI enthusiast product. The AMD racks. So, okay. For me, personally, I already knew about the racks, but I didn't know that they were going to name it Helios, and I didn't know that it was going to be double width. That was a shock. That was definitely a shock to me for their AI platform. But I knew that they already had like an NVL72 equivalent. It just didn't have a marketable name. Now it has a name. Actually, well... This Helios thing is a little bit different from NVIDIA's one because it's double width. It's like a really thick... It's a thick boy AI pod is what it is. So, yeah, that's... it's interesting. I mean, if you're an AI enthusiast, man, you probably found this show, like, awesome. You probably found this show awesome because it had so much good stuff. At the end of the day, regardless what your opinion is on the AI, you have to admit... that the AI, the innovation in the AI space is cranked up to an 11, and it's going so fast, and there is so much happening around it that if you're not on board and you're just complaining all the time about memory prices, then you're just kind of, you know, you're just kind of losing. I'm sorry to say, like the people that are all in on AI are gonna be the winners. They're winning. I mean, that's just how it is. It's so obvious. Somebody who's just, like me, as someone just on the sidelines watching this play out, I can see that the people that are in on the AI early, they're the early bird gets the worm, as they say. Those people are gonna get everything. The people who are gonna complain, or the people who are just gonna like miss out, it's like, okay, well, whatever. They're just gonna continue to exist, but I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. And then the people who are late to the game, like it's a timing thing. If you're late to the game on AI, you're gonna miss. You're gonna lose because like everything's gonna be taken up. Like everyone's gonna claim it's like a giant land grab right now. Everyone's trying to. You're either an infrastructure company and you're grabbing up all the electricity, all the natural gas, all the fresh water, all the land. You're just taking all of the resources, the natural resources, the land and the energy and the water. Or you're one of these companies like those people who got on stage one by one and talked about their business, and like Liquid and OpenAI and the medical, the health guys, the research guys, and the education and the Department of Education, like all those guys, man, you're either in that group or you're in the vendor group like AMD and NVIDIA making the chips, or you're in the partner ecosystem supporting the vendors, or you're in the fabrication like Samsung, Hynix, the memory people or the TSMC people, or you're a developer who is like employed to work on these things, these research projects, and create the actual finished product, or you're a company that's going to deploy the product at scale. I mean, there's so much stuff going on. I'm sorry, but there's so much stuff. The people, because I was glancing at the chat, and I see a lot of like negative comments. Oh, this is boring. I don't know. These type of comments, you people are missing you're missing the point of what's going on here. So I just wanted to point that out, because if you're not paying attention to what they're actually doing, like you're not actually thinking deeply about how this is going to change society, you're just going to miss the boat. I'm sorry to say. I mean, it's the real deal. So, and it's not going away. This stuff's not going away. The healthcare guys are proof that it's not going away. It's going to keep on dragging on. This is not something like crypto. We've already had this conversation before where a lot of people thought crypto was a scam. A lot of people got in early. Remember what I said, the guys who get in early are the guys who win. So the guys who are getting in on AI early are the guys who are going to win. It's the same kind of thing. Same deal. The people who got into crypto late feel like it's a scam or it wasn't worth it or it's whatever. You know, like it's the same kind of thing. But crypto didn't have the backing of all these multi-billion and trillion-dollar companies that are hyping it up to the wazoo like they're doing with AI. That never happened with crypto. That's why crypto crashed and it's kind of become a niche thing. AI is not going to become a niche thing because you guys can see there's way too much, as they say in the fighting game community, there's way too much momentum right now. It's like when someone's on a winning streak at Evo, he's got way too much momentum behind him. It's going to be very, very hard to defend against that or stop that. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what's happening with AI. AI is the wave. You have to disagree, no jobs where I am. Well, the job thing is more of like a long-term result or effect of all of this. But like I said at the beginning, the people who get in early are the ones who are going to benefit. So, and we don't really know exactly how the jobs are going to be affected long-term. Could there be job loss? Yes. Could there be new jobs generated? Yes. So I think it's too early to say on the whole jobs are going to go away thing. Yeah, of course there's going to be a lot of companies that fail. That's how it works. Most startups fail. There's nothing new behind that. There's nothing new behind that. I mean, I don't know how many people in the audience have business degrees, but if you have a bachelor's degree in business, you would already know that most startups fail. I mean, that has nothing to do with AI. That's just the reality of how business works. Nope, 95 is pretty normal. Most startups fail in every industry. If they don't outright fail, they end up getting acquired, and then the company ceases to exist. It gets absorbed into a bigger company. Look at the 90s. Look at the 1990s, how there were a lot of GPU companies. There were a lot of companies making graphics technology, graphics chips in the 90s. And by the end of that decade, how many of them were still around? How many of them were still around after like 7 years? Was that an Xbox? Yeah, I keep touching the Xbox 360. So for those of you that are wondering, I have an Xbox 360S on my desk now. When we did the retro stream, I was doing Series X. Since that time, I have added a whole bunch of retro consoles to my collection in the course of like one day. So I've got a 360S on the desk here, a 250 gigabyte. Xbox 360 controller. I accidentally turned it on during the show. I keep forgetting that it's a touch sensitive thing. I wish it was physical buttons. So I have that. I have a Nintendo Wii. I have another GameCube because the GameCube disc doesn't work. So I got like 3 consoles plus Series X. I mean, there's going to be videos on retro consoles in the near future on this channel because I figured, well, you know, no one can buy memory right now. No one can buy SSDs right now unless they feel like wasting so much money. So I'm just going to go into retro gaming. I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm just going to go into the past. I'm just going to go back to retro consoles. Yeah, I've got the Series S right here. I need to rearrange my consoles. There's way too many consoles. Like literally right now, I have the PS5 Pro. I have the Series S. I have not the Series S. I have the 360S. I have the Series X. I have this guy, the Yellow Light of Death 60 gigabyte launch. This bad boy. Original launch box packaging. Now that's what I'm talking about. Launch day model, but it's dead, so I can't even use it. So it's like, and I've got another one over here. We've got 160 gigabyte PS3 Slim. This is the best PS3 Slim because it's the one that had the actual physical buttons that actually have LEDs on them, and it actually has the Wi-Fi and the hard drive LED. They got rid of the Wi-Fi LED and the LEDs on the buttons on the newer Slims. So this is the best Slim. It's the 2500 model. Man, this disc tray is still open. Close that disc tray. Yeah. PS3. Yeah, so this is what I got on the desk. I've got this. I've got the dead one. I've got the Slim in the middle here. So I'll show you. I'll tell you which ones I've got. For those wondering, do they have a table? I think this Wikipedia article has a table. And then we're gonna have to close the stream down. I did not expect it to be 2 hours. I thought they had like a... I thought there was an article for PS3 versions or something. List of PS3 games. I thought there was like PS3 Slim model. Mine is a CECH 2500 number. So it's like the best Slim. Because you know how there's the best Slim and there's the best Fat? The best Fat is the launch one. The one that can play PS2 games. That's the one I have, but a Yellow Light of Death on me. And then I have the best Slim, which is the 2500. 2500 is definitely the best Slim.
Fat PS3 before a certain firmware is highly sought after because it is the only thing on Earth that it allows ripping of SACDs.
Mm-hmm. I know. Yeah. 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 And remember they got rid of the ability to install Linux? This is the thing, though. This NVIDIA chip kept dying because the lead-free solder underneath like warps after repeated heating and cooling cycles. So this is basically a modified GTX 7800 GT or GTX or something. So yeah, this is the root cause of Yellow Light of Death. It was the NVIDIA chip. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with the Red Ring of Death on the 360, except the 360 one happened much earlier. The PlayStation one took longer to manifest, but it was the same root cause. And then also Apple. Apple's laptops that had NVIDIA graphics in them had the exact same problem. I think Sony sued NVIDIA and they settled out of court. And then Apple sued NVIDIA, and then Apple was like, I will never use NVIDIA ever again. And that's the reason why there's no such thing as NVIDIA with an Apple anymore. Because of this problem. Because of the Yellow Light of Death problem happening on Apple devices. So yeah, the Yellow Light of Death, man. Oh, I don't like talking about it. Because my PS3 is dead. So my good one, the 60 gigabyte original. But anyway, I've got a what is the CE? I thought there was like a table. PlayStation 3 version list? I thought there was like a list. I don't know. Well, anyway, I have a launch model and I have anyway, I'm trying to debate, do you guys think I should try to fix my PS3 because it died? If so, like, what would be the best way to fix it? I don't have a heat gun. Do you think a hairdryer would work? If I heat it up long enough? Anyway. Yellow Light of Death needs a CPU swap. No, it's a graphics card swap, not a CPU. I don't know. I want to try to fix it. I just don't know how. Like, I don't know how to go about getting the parts to fix it. Get someone who can do micro repairs on MacBooks. They'll have the tools. Yeah, I kind of want to fix it, man. It's such a good console. It's such a rare console too. The sad thing is there is so few of them. There's so few of them because you think about it, Sony manufactured the PS3 from 2006, the fat PS3, the one that died, from 2006 and 2007, and then they stopped. It wasn't even all of 2007. It was like the first half of 2007, and then they removed the Emotion engine, the PS2 CPU, out of it on the new motherboard revision. Yeah, I don't know, maybe a GPU repair. But the thing is, they may have to, the problem is they may have to source an actual GPU chip. And where are they going to get one? The console is, how many years old is the console? Like my console, like this PS3, on the back it says February 2007. This thing was manufactured in February of 2007. Where are they going to find a chip that's that old? That still works reliably? If it's a solder issue. Yeah, I know. They may just have to reball it. I know. But there's a chance that it could be more damaged than just the solder. But yeah, that's the thing. Reballing might fix it. It might be a temporary fix. I don't know. I really don't like that it's dead, though. NVIDIA GeForce going live soon to people in the comments saying they want their RAM back. Well, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's what I was doing over the break. I got into retro gaming. That's why we did those retro game streams, because we had the idea of doing a retro stream. So I did one with the Series X featuring Xbox Original. Then we did one with 360. Then I started thinking, hey, I can't actually play all of my Xbox games on the Series X because the Series X software emulation doesn't work on all of them. Because, you know, I went through a bunch of games and only 7 or 8 of my games worked, and the remaining 17 or 18 games didn't work. So I figured, well, I guess I need to look at getting a 360. Oh, the other thing is my original Xbox doesn't open anymore. That's the reason why. Because my Xbox, I guess the belt that opens the CD tray, it failed, and I can't even open it. I tried doing the little push the paper clip in the hole to try to force the tray open. It was not opening. So I don't know how to get it open without taking apart the entire unit. And I don't feel like opening it up yet. So I was like, well, someday I'll probably try to take it apart. But I figured I might as well just use this opportunity to get a 360 and just verify that I can play all my games on the 360. So I got the 360, and sure enough, I can play all the games on the 360. Like every single Xbox Original game disc that I tested, the ones that weren't working on the Series X are working with the 360. So, oh, and then, man, every single one of my consoles don't work, by the way. I mean, my old ones. I'm serious. Like, they just all stopped working. I don't know why. Like, why did they just stop working? I'll tell you the problems that I have with them. Hold on, where is... Here it is, Paint. So, my GameCube can't read discs. Like, I put the disc in the GameCube, it spins, I can hear it spinning, but it never reads the disc, and it says insert disc. So my GameCube's broken. My Xbox Original disc tray won't open. It just won't open. I hear the gear spinning, trying to open it, but it doesn't open. And I couldn't force the tray open with the little pin trick. So I'm like, okay, I'm screwed. The Xbox doesn't even have memory cards. So I'm super screwed because all my save files are on that Xbox hard drive. I can't even get the tray open. And then I tried to connect it to the network. Microsoft ended the Xbox Live capability on the original Xbox a number of years ago. So I can't even sign in to back up my saves to the cloud. So it's like I'm super screwed on the Xbox original. And then the PlayStation 2 Fat, my original PlayStation 2, this one's interesting. So this one works, except can't read discs when standing vertical. So if I stand the PS2 vertical, it won't read the discs. But when I lay it down horizontally, it's able to read the discs. And also on this one, the RTC battery is dead on my PlayStation 2. So meaning every time I load, if I unplug the PS2 and I turn it on after unplugging it, like if there's a power outage, or if I just unplug it to move it around somewhere and I plug it back in, it thinks it's like January 1st, 2000, midnight. So it's like the clock. You guys know what an RTC battery is? You know the coin battery on a motherboard? The motherboard battery? Yeah, that little coin battery on my PS2 is dead. So it can't keep track of the time if it loses power. So that's bad, but that's kind of an annoyance. I'm amazed that these two, their batteries are still good. Oh no, Xbox original one has a dead battery. Yeah. The RTC on this one is also dead. Yeah, that's right. The GameCube is still alive. I don't know how the GameCube is still alive, because it's the same age as the other two. Like, actually, the PlayStation 2, my PlayStation 2 was manufactured in the year 2022. Or no, 2022. 2002. Mine is from Q1 of 2002. That was when it was manufactured. I like that Sony makes it very easy to look at the sticker on the back of the console, and it tells you when it was manufactured. I really like that. So that is an ancient console. Look, that is my oldest, well, it's not my oldest, it's almost my oldest console. And then GameCube, I think this one, I can't remember when this one was manufactured. And then my Xbox original, I believe, was 2005 or 2004. Somewhere there. Like, I don't remember exactly which year, but it was probably 2004. Yeah, it was 2004, because it was been before I bought it, so it's 2004. So yeah, I've got some old consoles, man. 6th generation of consoles. Remember when I tell you guys 7 years, after 7 years, computer hardware is ancient? Yeah, this is an example of what happens to computers when they get old. Like, really old. They start having physical problems, just like humans. These two have dementia. They literally forget what time it is. If they lose power. They think it's New Year's Day, midnight, 2000. Y2K. That every time they're unplugged, they're suffering from dementia. The GameCube has terrible cataracts. It's got cataracts. It can't see the laser properly. So, but the nice thing with the GameCube, other than that, like, if it wasn't for the fact they can't play any games, I mean, it still reads the memory cards. I mean, sometimes the PlayStation 2 controllers don't work. Sometimes controllers don't work. So the PlayStation 2 is the oldest console by far, and it seems to have the most problems. But the ironic thing, out of all three of my consoles, the PS2 is the only one that can still play games. It's the oldest one, and it can still play games. Because when it's lying when it's lying horizontal, it can still read the discs. So I can technically still play games on my console from 2002. But these newer ones, the same generation, but they're almost just as old. I think this guy is 2003 or 2002. I think it's 2003. I mean, they're old. It made me realize, we all this talk about AI, but machines age just like humans. They can get old. They can start having physical problems just like humans. Can't read discs, forget what time it is, can't read discs, or can't even open the tray. It's physically can't open the tray. It's literally a disabled machine. The Xbox original is a disabled machine. These things are so old, man. These are like 100+ year old humans. Physical ailments, just issues. It's sad. It's sad because it's like there's a lot of nostalgia I have for the 6th generation of consoles, and just seeing them not work properly anymore is kind of depressing. But my new console, my 7th generation, I mean, PS3, my PS3 Yellow Light of Death doesn't even work, man. This thing died of a heart attack. I'm sorry, it just died of a heart attack. At least these old guys still are around. These old guys are still around. But this PS3 just, Yellow Light of Death doesn't work anymore. It's like, rip, I'm out. One day it was like, I can't, Captain, I'm out. I'm sorry. I'll see you on the other side. It's gone. So I don't know. Maybe I'll Frankenstein it. If you know what that means, Frankensteining a PS3, basically bringing it back from the dead by transplanting another GPU into it. So, yeah. And then I've got PS4. Oh yeah, you know what happened to my PS4? Oh no, my PS4 Pro. You know what happened to my PS4 Pro? The SSD died. Like, I put an SSD in it. I upgraded it from the traditional hard drive that came with it to an SSD, a 2.5-inch SATA SSD. One day, I decided to turn on my PS4 Pro, and it doesn't boot up. It just doesn't boot up. So I tried turning it on and off a couple times, and then it's like, what the heck? It's like, it goes into some kind of recovery mode. It's like, cannot read disk, please insert a hard drive or whatever and reboot. And I'm like, oh no. So I took out the SSD. I put like I don't know if it was the original hard drive or it was some random 2.5-inch hard drive. I put a drive in there and it came up. I mean, it reinstalled hardware or software, I'm sorry, and then it just came up. So, do you think I know how to repair the Yellow Light of Death when this requires a reball station? It requires potentially a new RSX chip if the RSX in there is damaged beyond just the solder joints. So, no. I mean, if I had the parts, I could probably replace it and fix it, but I don't have the equipment. The problem is I don't have the equipment or the parts. And I don't, and on top of that, I don't have the tools to diagnose the problem. Like, I don't have the mod board. Potentially you could probe it with an oscilloscope. I don't have an oscilloscope with me. So, like, I don't have any of the equipment to do that. So, yeah, I mean, so these are my consoles. Most of my consoles are in really bad shape. As you can see, really bad shape. But this one technically that's fixable. In fact, I already fixed it, so that's not really a problem anymore. So this is really what I've been dealing with for the last couple of days. So what I did to solve two of these problems was I got an Xbox 360S used or refurbished from GameStop. So it's a used one. This is from 2011. I got a Nintendo Wii. I don't know what year. All I know is the Wii that I bought. When I went to GameStop and I asked them, can I see the console first before I buy it? Like, can we open the box and look at it? Because I wanted to make sure. Those of you who are familiar with the Nintendo Wii, you guys know that not all Wiis have the ability to play GameCube games. The earlier Wiis have full backwards compatibility with the GameCube. They have you can plug in the GameCube controllers on the top or the side. You can plug in the GameCube memory cards, even though the Wii itself doesn't even use the memory cards. And then it basically has full backwards compatibility with the Wii. The newer one doesn't have that. So thankfully, the GameStop that I went to had one in stock, and that one Wii happened to have GameCube backwards compatibility. So I have a backwards compatible. I have no idea how old it is. I have to figure out based off of the sticker on the back. But my Nintendo Wii is one of the older ones that does have full, and I've tested it, and it has full GameCube backwards compatibility. So if we do a retro live stream for GameCube games, I will actually use the Nintendo Wii because my GameCube can't read discs. So yeah, I'm kind of forced to. It's funny because it's like I wanted to do the whole purpose of this concept was to like stream retro 6th generation games, but all of these consoles have problems. So we're going to have to use 7th generation to stream 6th generation games. That's funny. It's like could I use emulation? Yes. How am I going to get my save files off the memory cards though? How am I going to get my what is it, 200 300 hour plus Super Smash Bros Melee with everything unlocked, or my Tales of Symphonia save with like 100 plus hours, or my Batten Kaitos, or some random whatever game that you spent 100 plus hours on back in the day, and it's like, how are you gonna get that on a PC emulator? I guess you could download a random like fully unlocked save file, but then it's not the same because it's not my save file. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, and it's not the same because it's like you're not using the actual hardware. Like it's not retro at that point. That you're just emulating something from the past, but you're not actually using the stuff from the past. So that kind of defeats the purpose. So anyway, it's funny because I never had these consoles growing up back in the day. I never had a 360. I never had a Wii. I had a PS3, the one that died. I mean, I had a PS3, but I never had the other two. And it's funny, all these years later, now I actually have all three, by some weird twist of fate, by my old consoles having trouble in old age, that I now somehow have the entire lineup of the 7th generation. Just somehow I have all three of them now. Like, what the heck? It's like I never expected that to happen. But I was surprised because this stuff wasn't even that expensive. Like the Wii was like $90. I think I paid like $90 plus tax for the Wii. And then the 360 wasn't even that expensive. The 360 was like $112. I paid like $112 for the 250 gigabyte. It also came with the wireless controller, with the battery pack. It did not come with an HDMI cable though. It came with that lame, the 360, the power brick, and then also the weird like AV cable, the composite cables. It came with that, so I didn't get an HDMI cable with it, but it's the S, so it has the HDMI on the back. You need a component to HDMI converter. Yeah, for the Wii, I need one. Thankfully, but see, that's the other thing, too. That's the nice thing about me getting the 360, because I realized by getting the 360, I don't have to worry about a component adapter, because I'm not going to use the original Xbox to play my Xbox games. I'll just use the 360, and the 360 has HDMI. So the PS3 has HDMI. So the only one that I need the component cable converter for is the Wii. Like, that's the only one. technically I could use it with the others just for grins to see what happens, but it's like, why? Your Wii and GameCube are still in great condition. You still use them? Yeah, maybe it's better to use them. I was wondering about that because I hadn't touched these consoles in over 7 years. I don't know. Like, I feel like I booted up the Xbox during the pandemic just to verify that the hard drive inside was still good. So I don't know what happened. Like, within the last year or two, my Xbox original, the belt for the disc tray just for some reason seized up and stopped working. The Wii doesn't have HDMI. There's no HDMI. No. You must be thinking of a much newer one, or you're thinking of the Wii U. The Wii U has HDMI, but the original Wii does not have HDMI. The original Xbox 360 also doesn't have HDMI. But when I went to the store, I asked the salesperson at GameStop, I was like, "Do you have a Nintendo Wii that has GameCube backwards compatibility? And then if so, can I see it in the box first? Can we open the box?" Sure enough, it had it. So I was like, okay, I'll take that. Then I asked, do you have, specifically I asked for this, do you have an Xbox 360S 250 gigabyte or a Jasper Xbox 360 Elite? So for the second one, she did not know what I was talking about. When I said Jasper and Xbox 360 Elite, she had no idea what was going on. Like, I just activated like hard mode. Like, no, like you can't, you're not on my level if you don't know what I'm saying when I say Jasper. So then I was like, okay, do you just have like an Xbox 360S, the slim, 250 gigabyte? It has to be 250 gigabyte. I don't want any of that 4 gigabyte nonsense. So they had one. I mean, in fact, she said they have two. They had one 360S and they with 250 gig, which is the one that I bought, and they had one 360S 4 gigabyte. I told her I don't want the 4 gigabyte because I told her in order to play Xbox original games, it requires that you have the official Microsoft, the hard drive inside the bay. The 4 gigabyte Slim doesn't have the hard drive. It's using like built-in, it's using that 4 gigabyte NAND flash that also had the potential to fail over time. So I definitely didn't want that one. So it had to be this one. And I knew that this is the good one. This is the one that doesn't red ring of death because it has the node shrink. It has all the fixes in place. It's quiet. It doesn't heat up. So this is the good one. So the funny thing is, then I asked her, do you have a 60 gigabyte launch model? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you have one of these? Like the OG, you know, like the famous one? The one that can play the PS2 games, you know what I'm talking about? They did not have one. I did not expect them to have one. Because I was hoping they had one. Because I was like, I'll just buy a replacement for the Yellow Light of Death and not have to deal with Yellow Light of Death. But no, they didn't have one. That's what I mean, guys. It's funny because I told her, she was like, man, I'm learning a lot from you on this stuff. Because I told her, when it comes to PS3s, the early models, though they are the least reliable and they're the ones prone to dying, they're the best ones. They're the ones that have all the resale value. They're the ones that go for a lot of money on eBay. But because they're in short supply and they have full PS2 backwards compatibility and they have the memory card slots and 4 USB ports. So they're like the best one. But they die because of Yellow Light of Death. When it comes to Xbox 360, the newer Slim is the best one because it has the built-in hard drive and it's actually using a SATA interface. It isn't using that weird proprietary. If you guys remember the early 360s, you would have to buy the hard drive would go on the top and it would like clip in and sit on the top of the console. Like those were using some kind of proprietary connector. So you couldn't use a random SATA drive with an enclosure like you can on the S. So I told her the S is the best 360. So the newer 360 is the better 360. And the older PS3 is the better PS3. But I guess the caveat is only if the person cares about PS2 backwards compatibility. Because if you don't care about PS2 backwards compatibility, then don't get the fat PS3. I would definitely get the slim PS3. Basically the PS3 that is the same age as the 360S. That would be the best one to get. It's better than the super slim, which has that dorky little sliding tray cover for the disc. You know what I'm talking about? Like the super slim PS3. Chad Ward. Yeah, man, Chad Ward. Yeah, it's that PS triple. You know what I'm saying? So the Yellow Light of Death is the best one. And if you don't care about PS2 backwards compatibility, then get the slim PS3. But it's got to be the good slim, not that dork, none of that. Okay, I'll show you one more time. You know what I'm talking about? Like the good slim, not the bad slim, the good slim. So where's that picture? Yeah, the one in the middle. So I told her the one on the top is the best one. That's the Chad Warden PS3. That's the one that can play the PS2 games. So if you want a minimalist setup, if you want to be able to play your full PlayStation library from PS1 all the way to PS5, you need a fat PS3 launch model, 60 gigabyte or 20 gigabyte, but 60 gigabyte has Wi-Fi and the card slot adapters. The 20 gigabyte has black trim. It doesn't have that chrome bar. And I think we're going to do a video about this, man. I'm getting so hyped up talking about these old consoles. We're probably going to make a whole video showing all these different consoles. Because someone was asking me, can you show your console collection? I might show you guys my entire console collection. I'm going to have to dig some of them out of the storage, though. But yeah, if you want PS1, PS2, PS3 all on one console, and then if you want PS4 and PS5, you get a PS5. So the optimal setup for a hardcore PlayStation gamer is a launch model 60 gigabyte PS3 plus a PlayStation 5 Pro or just a PlayStation 5. You need a PS3 and a PS5 because the PS3 handles PS1, PS2, PS3, and the PS5 handles PS4 and PS5. So that is the optimal setup. 2 consoles, all generations of PlayStation. So when I told her that, she was like, man, that is really good to know. Because she did not know that there were different PS3s that could play PS2 games. She thought like there was no PS3 that could play PS2 games. And I said, yeah, that's because of all those slims. But I told her, like, if you want a slim, if someone doesn't care about PS2, the middle, the PS3 Slim, the nice one is the middle one, not the one on the bottom. The one on the bottom is the ghetto Super Slim, which is so trash. I mean, it's fine, but it's not as good. It's not as premium. It looks cheap. It feels cheap. It looks so rinky-dink, pathetic. So it's like you either get the good one or you get the good Slim. So not the bad Slim, not the super Slim, the good Slim. So, and the models are, that's what, the whole reason why I opened Paint, this will be the final thing we're in the stream. But, so, like I said, this is the model. It's like CECH is it A01? I think CECH, hold on, let me see. CECH A01, yeah. CECH A01 equals 60 gigabyte launch PS3. So that's the fat one with the chrome trim. Look for that chrome. It's got to be that chrome trim. If it doesn't have chrome trim, if it's a satin metal trim, it's not the right one. And the other one is CHB01. This one equals 20 gigabyte launch PS3. This one has black trim. This is probably the rarest PlayStation 3 in the world. This is the one that had the launch price of $499. And this one had a launch price of $599. The difference is, in addition to chrome trim versus black trim, this one has Wi-Fi plus memory card stuff. It has the memory card stuff. The black one, the 20 gig, doesn't have that. So those are the best PlayStation 3s. Those two. For North America. Now, if you're in Japan, it's going to be 00. It's the same thing, except 00. If you're in North America, it's a 1 here. Japan is a 00. So, these are so good. Blu-ray playback, HDMI 1.3, Ethernet cable on the back. You get Ethernet, you get Wi-Fi on the 60 gig. So that 60 gig, man, you go look up on eBay, you're going to see these things go for a lot of money compared to other consoles because these things are in demand. The 20 gig has no Wi-Fi, no memory cards, but it can play PS2 games. And it has that black trim. So if you like that clean look, it's just full pure piano black. The 20 gigabyte, the rarest PS3 on the planet. But if you're shopping for a slim, you want the... Let me find it on here, if it's still on here. The two, so CECH. So if you want PS3 CECH 25, whatever the last two are. Basically, look for that 25. Look for that 25. If you're shopping for a slim, best PS3 Slim. That is by far, hands down, best one. Most reliable motherboard. It's not gonna yellow light of death on you. It's quiet. It has the 40 nanometer node shrink from NVIDIA. So the IBM cell processor, I think, was shrunken down to 45 nanometer. So this is 45 nanometer CPU, 40 nanometer GPU. So you know it's going to be energy efficient. It's going to be quiet. And it is still premium. It has all the LEDs. It has the mirror finish on the disc tray. It is so premium. I'm going to make a video now. I've convinced myself to make a video showcasing these consoles because this is that's the best Slim. So if you don't care about PS2 compatibility, oh, and I want to say this, every PS3, it doesn't matter how old or how new, every PS3 can play PS1 games via emulation. The PS3 always handled PS1 backwards compatibility via emulation. So there's no problem with PS1 games. The problem is PS2 backwards compatibility. All the PS3 Slims cannot play PS2 games at all unless you download like a remaster or a classic or something off of PSN. But then you're playing a digital version, not the disc version. But this is the best one, and I'll explain why in the video. There are some differences. So there is also the 3000. So this one, the difference between the 3000 and the 2500 is no LEDs on physical buttons. So you don't get your RGB lights, and no Wi-Fi LED. So you don't know if there's Wi-Fi activity. It still has the hard drive LED, the orange one, but does not have the green Wi-Fi LED, and no LEDs on the eject button and the power button. No lights. This one has all the RGB. It looks so clean. Oh, also, this one, piano black tray. This one has mirror finish on tray. So if you like piano black and no lights, you might actually prefer the cheaper cut down 3000 version versus the 25. But 25 is the way to go, man. This was the most reliable. It has that super node shrink. And then for those that are wondering, the launch models are 90 nanometer. And that's the reason why they die, because they were using that weird lead-free solder on these big chips, and they were trying to dissipate heat, and they started warping. The solder joints would warp with the heating and cooling cycles of the console. So it wasn't really, so it became a matter of not, it's not if it will fail, it's more a matter of when it will fail. See, it's like a ticking time bomb, and that is the sad truth of the launch PS3, because it's the only, I mean, these two, they're both prone to dying eventually, but they're also the only ones that have full PS2 compatibility. It's kind of sad when you think about that. PSP, so the 3000 or the 2000, the original 1000 is personally my favorite is the original 1000, but the 1000 has the worst screen. The screen on the 1000 has the most ghosting. It has the worst refresh rate. The response time on it was really bad. So the thing about the 1000 was that it had the best ergonomics because it was thicker, so it was easier to grip, but it had the worst screen. Worst color saturation. It looked the most faded in terms of colors next to the newer ones, and it had the worst response time on the screen. So it has the most ghosting. And it's also it doesn't have the highest brightness either compared to the newer ones. So if you're looking for a PSP, I would recommend either the 2000 or the 3000. The 3000 has the best screen. It has the best color saturation or color depth, and it has the fastest response time. Yeah, the 1000 screen does not get very bright, and it has terrible ghosting. But if someone's looking for one today, I recommend the 3000. The 3000 has the best screen. The colors are the most vivid, and it has the best response time. You could go for the Go. The Go is fine. The problem with the Go is you can't use UMDs, so physical games don't work, obviously. It doesn't have the tray, and it feels weird. The Go, I feel like the Go only works ergonomically for a small child. Like anyone with normal-sized hands, or especially larger hands, the Go will not work. It is way too small. It is way too thin. No. So I don't recommend the Go. I recommend either the 2000 or 3000. The 2000 and 3000 are very similar. The 3000 has a better screen, though, so that's the reason why I would recommend the 3000. Thanks for reminding me of the PSPs, because I need to include them in the video of all the consoles. So, yeah. These are the consoles that'll probably be featured. I mean, I guess I can also show the new ones, but you guys already know I have the new ones. We've done streams on the newer ones recently and throughout last year. Which console generation is your favorite out of here? Like, who here your favorite? Okay, this will be. I gotta end the stream, guys. This is way too long. We're way off topic. We're supposed to be talking about AMD and AI. We're talking about consoles over here in retro gaming. Okay, the last thing of the stream will be a poll. Which of the following is your favorite? Is your favorite console generation? So the choices are going to start from the 5th because I can't put that many choices. So it's going to be 5th, which means PS1 and 64 and Saturn. The 6th generation, which would be PS2, Xbox, GameCube, Dreamcast. The 7th generation, which is the PS3, the 360, and the Wii. And the last choice will be 8th gen. We're not going to do the current gen. That's not a choice. Switch. Switch is in that one, and I don't know. I don't even know where to include Wii U. I guess technically the Wii U falls into the 8th gen. It's kind of weird though. Okay, so the poll is up. This is the final topic of the stream. Which of the following is your favorite console generation? And the choice, we're basically confined from PS1 up to PS4. We're not going to allow for the 9th generation, which is the current generation, and we're not going to allow for anything older than the 5th generation. Man, we have a lot of concurrent viewers and only 6 people voted. Come on, you guys need to vote, man. I want to get a more accurate result here. So far, 6th generation is winning by a lot. I'm surprised. I'm not actually super surprised there, but okay, I'm starting to see another one climb, and this is kind of the one that I was hoping I would see higher on the chart. 4th generation, man. Some people voted for 4th generation. I'm thinking of how each one was very, very unique and of its time. Except maybe the 8th generation. The 8th generation felt like a extension of the 7th to an extent, but not. It had a different vibe. I'll tell you the difference. The big difference between the 6th and the 7th is the 7th generation introduced a lot of online gaming. The 7th generation was the era of open mic, Call of Duty 4, COD 4 open mic, Halo 3 open mic lobbies. You know what I'm saying? A Halo 2 open lobby on 360, even though Halo 2 was an Xbox original game. A lot of people played it on 360. Gears of War. 360 became synonymous with the shooter genre, first-person shooter genre in that era. It cemented Xbox as the console for the FPS. And then PS3 had a really rough start, man. PS3 was off to a really rough start in the beginning. PS2 was like utter domination in the 6th generation. GameCube had some really good first-party titles, like Nintendo always delivers on that. You had Mario Sunshine. You had Smash Bros. Melee. The Kirby game. I forget the name of it. And there was also like Pikmin. There was like a bunch of stuff on The Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess on GameCube. I know it was also on the Wii. But like I say this with the... So the thing about Link. Link is left-handed. And on the GameCube, he's left-handed. On the Wii, they made him right-handed because the average person playing the game is right-handed, and you have to use the Wii mote to play the game. So I think you could play it with a controller on the Wii. I can't remember, though. See, I don't have a lot of memories of the Wii because I never had a Wii. And I do have memories of the 360, even though I personally didn't have a 360. But I had a lot of friends that did have a 360, so I did play a lot of like multiplayer games at their house. back in the day. FF14, yes, it started. No, it started on the 360. FF14, if we're talking the original Final Fantasy 14, the one that crashed and burned, and then they had to rebuild the game and resurrect it, that Final Fantasy 14 was on PC and Xbox 360. And then it crashed and burned. Then they rebuilt it, and that was 2010. Then they relaunched 14 in 2013, and it was on PS3 and PC. So yes, Final Fantasy 14 is a product of the 7th generation, and a lot of people forget that. They often feel like it's from the 8th generation. It became very popular in the 8th generation, toward the end of the 8th generation in particular. But it definitely is a game that is synonymous with 7th generation of gaming. No, it was originally, we're talking version 1.0 of 14. It was Xbox 360 and PC. If it was not Xbox 360, it was never Xbox 360. It was only PC. It never came to PS3 until it was remade in 2.0. A lot of people didn't vote. I'm surprised. We have like 50 viewers and only 14 people voted. That's disappointing. Well, I'll tell you which one well, maybe I won't say it. You guys probably already can guess. I might say it in the video. Well, I know which one's my favorite. Well, it looks like we're going to end it, and it does look like the 6th generation is going to win. Not by a large margin, though. 43% for the PS2 era, 36% for PS3 era. Yeah, my favorite generation, if you hadn't already figured it out, is the 7th generation of consoles. So PS3, 360, and Wii. That generation saw a lot of change. That was the generation where that was the transition from 4:3 aspect ratio on televisions to 16:9 HD TVs. That was also an era where the consoles, the manufacturers, Microsoft and Sony in particular, both of them, had to deal with terrible problems. So Red Ring of Death and the Yellow Light of Death, and how they handled that situation was it was a very tough situation to be in, and they both handled it well. Microsoft handled it very well. They had the problem early on, and it was a huge problem, and they knew that. I mean, there's documentaries about this generation. That's how great that generation was. But they overcame that, and then on top of this, you had the migration to 16:9, so you had the migration to HD gaming, 720p gaming, and 1080. I mean, there wasn't really 1080 gaming, but at least in the menu you could be at 1080p, but it wasn't truly a 1080p gaming era. It was more like a 720p gaming era. So it was the transition from 480i to 720p. That's the way I look at it. And then on top of that, you had the Nintendo Wii rethinking how gaming can be done in innovative ways, and you had all these non-gamers get in to gaming. You had people in retirement homes getting into gaming with Wii Sports. You had a lot of people that just didn't really play games get into games with Nintendo Wii. You had Nintendo Land. You had Mario Party, Mario Kart. You had all kinds of like interesting family-oriented, but also local co-op, local multiplayer, local PvP type games on the Wii. So very interesting time. And then you guys remember Microsoft launched Kinect. They tried to get in on augmented reality type gaming with the Kinect, and PlayStation with their PlayStation Move All of this was 7th generation gaming. And then you had the 3D glasses. You guys might not remember this, but there was 3D gaming in 3D. You had IMAX 3D cinema films. You could watch movies in 3D, or you could game on a PS Triple using a PlayStation display, which I still have. I still have my 3D PlayStation display. It is a 24-inch 1080p monitor. So 7th generation had that. It was a lot of gimmicks. The 7th generation had a lot of interesting gimmicks, but it was so cool to look back at it now, like how many different things transpired in the gaming world during the 7th generation. It's insane to look back at how much stuff happened in that generation. You had Kinect, you had PlayStation Move, you had the Wii with all of its stuff. You had backwards compatibility. So like Xbox 360 could play Xbox games. The early PS3s could play PS2 and PS1 games. And all PlayStation 3s can play PS1 games. You had GameCube. You could play GameCube on your Wii. The Dreamcast was... It's funny because I remember like random indies would develop every so often. There'd be this random game development company that would just make a game for the Dreamcast during the 7th generation, declaring the Dreamcast an immortal console that will survive multiple console generations. It was kind of like a meme before memes were even a thing. But you had the rise of YouTube. You had the rise of Twitch.tv. These are all things that took off in the 7th generation of gaming. There was just so much stuff. So many things changed in that generation. That was the generation that would deal with... it had the task of convincing people to quit World of Warcraft and come back to playing other games instead of World of Warcraft. Because the 6th generation was in full swing. World of Warcraft took the world by storm, and every gamer just like went to WoW. It's like no one was on their PS2. No one was on their Xbox and GameCube, except the people that were playing Phantasy Star Online on Dreamcast. But everyone was going to Azeroth back in that era. But it was the 7th generation consoles that convinced gamers to quit WoW, unsub from WoW, and come back to reality. You know, gaming reality. So there was so much stuff. Open mic, global voice chat in the 7th generation, man. There's just so many iconic things about the 7th generation. Yeah, 7th gen was peak, man. You ask anyone, you ask any hardcore gamer who had like a big game collection over the years, they'll tell you out of the 4 choices we have on the poll, they'll tell you, man, 7th generation all the way. It was peak. Yeah, if you were into JRPGs, technically the 6th generation had more games. It had a more wide array of RPGs compared to the 7th generation. But man, once the 7th generation got in full swing, once PS3 started hitting its stride and catching up to 360 in units sold, you started seeing all those like really, really good games. Final Fantasy 13, that turned into a trilogy. Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, the Tomb Raider reboot, BioShock, BioShock 2, BioShock Infinite. All of these games are games of that era. Metal Gear Solid. You had the exclusives. You had the exclusives that were actually really good exclusives that created brand loyalty to different consoles. You had Metal Gear Solid 4, Little Big Planet, Resistance, Killzone. You had these Uncharted. You had all these like solid titles on the PlayStation. On the 360, you had Gears of War, you had Halo, and then you had the random RPGs that were exclusive to 360, like Infinite Undiscovery, Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon. I mean, it was peak, man. It was so peak back then. And then the Wii was just there doing it. Nintendo was just doing its thing. It was off in its little world, creating its little walled garden. So it was great, man. It was great times. Great times. You weren't bombarded by free-to-play slop or live service or loot boxes, although loot boxes started in the 7th generation. You had games like Oblivion. You had games like Skyrim, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Nier, Catherine, Tekken Tag Tournament 2. So you had like so many good games out of every genre. There were great games. Street Fighter 4, like Devil May Cry 4. You had so many good stuff. DMC. Man, the list goes on and on. Ninja Gaiden 2. The Wii U was 8th gen. That's why we didn't talk about it. The Wii U is the generation of PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. If we're talking about the 8th generation, then we will talk about the Wii U. Because the Wii U was the first console of the 8th generation. It ushered in the next generation. A whole year early. It was 2012 when the Wii U launched. And then in 2013, the Xbox One and the PS4 launched. So the Wii U is not a 7th generation console. It failed. The Wii U basically was like the Dreamcast, guys. The Dreamcast came first. It flopped. The PS2, Xbox, and GameCube came next. And all 4 of them are the same generation. 8th generation was Wii U, followed by PS4 and Xbox One. Wii U flopped. They hustled and got the Switch out a couple years later in 2017. And that is the reason why, and that's basically your 8th generation. That's why Nintendo has 2 consoles in the 8th generation, because the first one failed. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, that's hype. That's 360 PS3, man. 360 PS3. It was so good, man. I just keep thinking, I have so many good memories of that generation. The open mic sessions of Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Gears of War on Xbox Live. COD 4. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, for real. 7th gen is good. 7th gen is good. I just keep thinking about, like, yeah. It was great. And I remember PS3 had so many good exclusives. I'll never forget playing Little Big Planet for the first time. It felt like playing like a Mario game with like such, like way better graphics. It was like playing Mario with like quasi 3D. It had like depth to it. It was a side scroller with depth, meaning you had background, foreground, middle ground, but it's still a side scroller like a Mario game, like a platformer. But oh man, Little Big Planet was great. Killzone 2 took forever to come out. Final Fantasy 13, that whole trilogy is so good, and that is all 7th generation. Man, it's good. Anyway, guys, that's gonna be it. We're gonna end the poll. It's kind of weird. Only 19 people voted. There's like so many people watching this, compared to my normal numbers when we stream on the weekend. But we're gonna close the poll out. It's interesting. 5th and 8th tied at 11% each. 7th gen wins by a little bit over 6th gen. 6th gen, I can see why a lot of people would choose the 6th generation. PS2, GameCube, Xbox. That's a very nostalgic, and Dreamcast. Can't forget about Dreamcast. Very nostalgic era in its own right. Very, very fun time too. That was the era before online gaming. Everything was mostly offline. Xbox was the pioneer, pushing for online gaming with Xbox Live in the 6th generation. I mean, Dreamcast had the modem thing, the adapter. PS2 had the expansion bay adapter for Final Fantasy 11. I don't know what other games. I guess maybe Madden and NBA Live 2003 or something could play multiplayer with the modem on the PS2 Fat. Eventually, PS2, on the slim PS2, it got the RJ45 Ethernet on the back, so it gained network connectivity. I don't even know how you connected the GameCube to the internet back in the day. I assume there's some kind of adapter, but it's like, I never had it. EverQuest was PS2. Shenmue on Dreamcast. Soul Calibur on Dreamcast. Dreamcast had the greats. I never had a Dreamcast, but one of my cousins had a Dreamcast, and oh man, all he played was Phantasy Star Online. He literally played one game on the Dreamcast. I mean, yeah, he had other games, but the game he played was Phantasy Star Online on Dreamcast. Yeah, 6th generation pioneered online gaming to an extent, but it was still very much an offline. The average experience gaming during the 6th generation was, for the average gamer, was mostly an offline with their friends coming over and playing local co-op or local multiplayer. Remember LAN events? You guys remember LAN events? You remember going to a LAN, bring your PC. You know how many people would bring their consoles to a LAN party, and people would huddle up and play Smash Bros. Melee on a GameCube, on a CRT in the back, and not Stepmania, that was on the computer. DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. You bring your pads, play that on PS2, and Halo, all that stuff. That was the image of 6th generation gaming that I have in my mind. LAN parties and like a lot of like local multiplayer, because remember, you could play StarCraft and Age of Empires local multiplayer on a LAN, hence the name LAN party. LAN party with GameCube. What were people playing LAN party on GameCube besides Smash Bros? Oh yeah, Mario. Oh yeah, Double Dash. Yeah, and Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Double Dash. Yeah. Okay. And there was some JRPGs that had multiplayer also. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. 6th generation is good too. So see, I see why a lot of people voted for 6th generation. That's probably my second favorite one. Well, see, it's hard for me it's harder for me to say that 6th generation is my second favorite. 7th gen, no question. 7th gen is my favorite, but between 6th and 8th, or 6th and 9th, is kind of tough. It's tough. Because 6th generation, I have the nostalgia of playing games as a kid. 9th generation, aka PS5, and the current generation, you have the benefit of cloud saves. So you have like so many backup points. So if if you don't have to worry about your memory card breaking or dying or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So it's like there's so many quality of life improvements with the modern generation, even though there's a lot of negatives with the modern generation of gaming, but that's a whole discussion in itself. I don't know, it's hard for me to say that I like PS2 more than PS5. I'll tell you which generation I don't really care for too much. The 8th generation. The 8th generation felt kind of weird. It was a strange generation that I think deserves its own discussion in the future. But anyway, guys, we go on talking about this for hours. But I gotta end the stream here. This is wow, we're almost at 4 hours talking about this. 8th generation, okay, when I think of 8th generation, I think of Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro. I think of like From Software games. And I think of Final Fantasy, like the expansions in Final Fantasy 14. The transition from DirectX 9 rendering to DirectX 11. That's what I think of when I think of the 8th generation of gaming. Consoles were all x86 based. So you, like development-wise, development timeframes were more normal, or they were more predictable, except for some reason, the budgets for game development went through the roof. They crept up so high throughout the 8th generation, continuing into the 9th generation, that in a game that normally should take 3 to 4 years to produce now takes like 10 years to produce, like GTA, for example. So, I mean, it's kind of a weird, I don't know. And then you had an influx of live service. So live service didn't really become mainstream until the 9th generation, but live service started in the 8th generation. But it really hit its stride in the 9th generation with stuff like Genshin Impact and all the free-to-play slop that you have on mobile platforms now. But maybe that's more of a 9th generation thing. But yeah, 8th generation just lacks it lacks the unique qualities that you remember so vividly with the 7th generation. There was no crazy stuff. Okay, I guess I will say one thing in the 8th generation's defense. VR was the gimmick that was a thing that started in the 8th generation. It was an 8th generation thing because you had the HTC, what was it? The HTC Valve, or no, what was it called? Not the Valve Index, that came later. It was the HTC VR headset, and you had the Oculus Rift, and then you had the PlayStation VR. All of those were 8th generation. So the early VR, HTC Vive, yeah, all of that stuff is 8th generation. But the consoles also kind of lack the vibes that they had in the 7th. You know what I mean? Like cross media bar, PS3 and PSP's cross media bar, the XMB was so much better than what PS4 and the Vita got in the 8th gen. And remember how 360 had the blades, the iconic blades UI? And then they got rid of that later on when the Xbox One came out. They like upgraded the UI to look like the Xbox One, but it just lost the unique feel that it had. You know, they try to turn everything into like a media center UI. It's like, oh, launch your Netflix app and all that stuff. But yeah, that was basically 8th generation. And also the graphics quality of 8th generation was really not that impressive. That's why I tell people 7th generation was when games started looking good. Like you had a big upgrade from PlayStation to PlayStation 2, but the change from PS2 to PS3, and then even you take an early PS3 game, like a launch PS3 game, and you look at a late era PS3 game. So like a game that came out in 2007 versus a game that came out in 2013. You look at the difference between those two games, like it almost looks like a generational difference in terms of the graphical quality. So the amount of improvement that you saw. You guys remember Metal Gear Solid 4? Metal Gear Solid 4's cutscenes were in-game. They were in-engine, and they looked so good. And it was all 16:9. So you never had that same kind of feeling when you saw games on PS4 and Xbox One. They just didn't have that impressive look to them because like you were already acclimated to that visual clarity from the previous generation. The UI by my Xbox 360 friends was fire. 9th generation. I don't know. I would say the 9th generation is far enough. It's been long enough now that we can form a strong opinion of it. Personally, I like the 9th generation more than the 8th generation. I don't know why. But I prefer the PS5 to the PS4. 100%. 9th generation, okay, the difference is the hardware. 9th generation hardware was so much better, that at least on paper, was so much better than 8th generation. And also, like, you look at the PS5, the load times on PS5 versus PS4, it's completely different. It is game-changingly different. PS5 when it first came out. Demon's Souls, a launch title for the PS5 to this day is still one of the best looking games that exist in terms of graphics quality. So yeah, 9th gen had a impressive visual upgrade over 8th generation. I feel like 8th gen doesn't look that much better than 7th gen. So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just me. Or maybe it's just the games that I play. But 9th generation had such good games. 9th gen had Neo 2, even though Neo 2 was originally released on PS4, but technically it came out, well, actually no, I'm wrong. I'm thinking of Elden Ring, not Neo 2. Elden Ring, although Elden Ring is also backwards, you can play it on PS4, so... But the point is, it's a 9th generation era game. Elden Ring, you have okay, it's weird now that we're talking about these type of games because Monster Hunter World is 8th gen. I just realized that it's PS4. Yeah, World is PS4 and Wilds is PS5. And I actually like World a little bit more. So I don't know. Maybe they're about the same. I don't know. I think the console, like a console experience, 9th generation is better than 8th generation. Definitely better. The PS5 is way snappier and quicker than PS4. The Xbox Series X is way faster and better than Xbox One. I mean, both of them are significantly more powerful. In fact, the average gamer on a PC... The game on the PC on an average system, on a RTX 4060 with a 1080p monitor, the game's not going to look that much better, if at all, compared to how the game looks on a PS3 with a 4K OLED or just a 4K TV. You know what I mean? So, and the thing that Digital Foundry will say is 60 FPS gaming on console. That right there is probably the biggest thing that makes 9th gen better than 8th gen. 9th gen has a lot more games that consistently have a 60 FPS mode, like a performance mode that you don't get on the PS4 and the Xbox One. So that right there is probably the reason why I like 9th generation more. If you think both generations are boring, I mean, I wonder if you play live service games. Because the problem is live service games make the generation boring, if that's all you play. All these free-to-play games that get you in, and then you end up stuck in the daily grind. Like, log in, do dailies, log out. Instant gratification. I mean, that type of stuff. That has permeated the 8th and the 9th generation. Overwatch is 8th generation. Nintendo really has exclusives. No, I wouldn't say that. PlayStation has had strong exclusives. Microsoft is the one that has really been lacking exclusives. Since it started with the 8th generation. And it's continued throughout this one. That doesn't mean that they're not PlayStation games. Just because you can play them on PC doesn't mean they're not PlayStation games. And you have to wait. Like, for example, Death Stranding 2. Final Fantasy 16. People who wanted to play Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth. You do for a lot of the big exclusives, though. It used to be worse. Those of you who remember Monster Hunter World was a PS4 exclusive for like 6 months. Then it came to PC. And then what's funny is, like, it was always... the content updates for PC were always lagging behind the console release. Yeah, really the only one who has struggled is Microsoft. From my point of view, Microsoft's the one that struggles. That's the reason why I don't have an Xbox One. And up until recently, I never planned on getting an Xbox Series X. The only reason why I got the Series X is to play Xbox Original and now Xbox 360 games. I mean, I can't think of a game that is available on Series X that I can't get on the other platforms that I would actually play. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, when it comes to multi-platform, see, my opinion on multi-platform is I will buy the game on the platform that I feel fits the game best. So, for example, I'll give you a really good example. Expedition 33. I would prefer to play that on PC for the visual fidelity. But another example, Silk Song. I would rather play Silk Song on the Switch 2 because it is a side-scroller action platformer game. And it doesn't have high-end graphics. So that is the perfect type of game to play on the Switch 2 because you don't really need a high-end PC or a high-end console like a PS5 Pro to play that game. I mean, you can if you want, but I mean, so I get games for consoles, for platforms that I personally feel fit best on certain platforms. Another example, Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles. I could have easily gotten that game for PC. Did I get it for PC? No, I got it for Switch 2. So so just because a game is multi-platform doesn't mean that I'm automatically going to get it on PC. Most of the time I will, especially if the game is very, very hard to run and I want to stress my hardware and see the potential of what my computer is capable of doing. I mean, that's the main reason why we stream a lot of Monster Hunter on this channel, because Monster Hunter is no joke. That game requires an insane amount of computer power to play with actually good-looking visuals. Because it requires the computer to run at the maximum potential. So anyway, that's going to be it for this stream. I will see you guys on Tech Thursdays. And we'll probably be doing like a recap of CES. So I'll be paying attention throughout the week as to what new product announcements that besides AI stuff gets announced, if anything. But yeah, that's what we'll talk about this Thursday. So stay tuned for that. Do you think 10th? No, it won't be at CES. Oh, you mean next year? No. I don't think we'll start hearing about the 10th generation until I guess like at the earliest will be Q2 of next year. So it'll miss the boat for CES. It'll come later. But we'll start hearing about it toward the middle of next year, most likely. But anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in. I will see you guys on Thursdays. Until then, take care and see you next time. Thanks.